Sasa kingine nilikuwa nafikiria mtaalamu wetu mwajirimu sana na sisi wakulima, yani ushauri na maelekezo ambayo pengine sisi mkiwa tunafanya kwa changamoto hizi. These things. Lalu bilangannya yang ada aku pengertian satu pertimbangan dibanding apapun ini tidak pada macam apa tu siapa masa sebenarnya pues dapat itu sejak dua tahun terakhir dalam yang dalam itu satu pada this education sama-sama ada bisa karena kita ada yang lebih baik dari masih nyanyi cuma seperti saya cantik tapi yang paling masih tahu ada baik ini bukan cedera sekarang ada makai cuma bang ada musik dia cuma kalau kita cuma pada saat itu bisa nih tidak ada ini wote ni selective. Hii inaweza kupiga ile piga shaka kwa kwa kama hujawa kitu kuna unaona kabisa ila hata kuingia na hayo kuingia kwa mbele mara kwa hata tunashangilia hii issue ni ndio kitu sio kusikia bwana amechukua kwa sio ndio kwamba maana kwa mwenyewe hali na kama kwa bomba sijui kwa nini kwa sababu ni kubwa sana hii moja ya hii kitu kwa mshamba na kitu Kiswahili maana shamba anaweza kuelewa kwa mtu kuingiza kumi kwa vile tunataka kutetea wakati kuna ndio tunaenda mbinguni pia ndio huyu anasema kwa nafasi ipo ile analinga vile tumasho yani ile wanakwenda ile ile sijui lagi simbalia kusema naenda kushughulika pale simemwona bonge ngoja nikamata any problem ulianza tayari naona sasa cha ushauri wangu ni zingatia sana maelezo kwenye andiko pale mashine. Sasa kingine nilikuwa nafikiria mtaalamu wetu wa elimu sana sisi wakulima kujaribu ushauri na maelekezo ambayo pengine sisi kwa hivyo tunafanya pengine kwa changamoto hizi na pengine sisi tunapata kwa sasa. Kalau kita tanya, sampai saat yang dimana jika mampu, lakini inakuwa changamoto nyingi. Changamoto sasa tunaenda sawa ya kubadilika, sijui sababu yake ni hapo kwa ile itafanya kumexplain dunia alafu ya tena kwa mwingine ni kutaka mwingine kufanya zote kwa sasa kidao
karibu na kuchanganya ile dawa takiwa fanya nini tena tunaona kama sio kufikiria ile kufikiria
Ushauri wangu ni zingatia sana maelezo mashine. Sasa kingine nilikuwa nafikiria mtaalamu wetu mwajiribu wakati sana na sisi wakulima ushauri na baada pengine sisi ni watu kupata changamoto hizo mpaka na pengine tunapata kipato ambacho stahili. Sababu kila mtu kwa sababu kutoka nimeanza kimanana takriban mwaka huu, lakini inafanya changamoto nyingi. Changamoto hasa ni madawa dawa ya kwenda kubadilika, sijajua sasa yake ni nini, lakini kwa dawa ile kutumia alafu utatumia tena kwa muda mwingine utatumia kufanya vizuri, basi ni dawa kuu
tena kulisha mkulima na shamba changamoto chanza tunaweza kuzungumza ni changamoto kabisa na hata inakuwa ni changamoto dawa nyingine tunapata lazima kutoka Chpe
kidogo kwa dawa kando shambani teni kweli kama karibu kama kuongea kwa hivi pale kuongea basi naendelea kupiga nikisema leo shughuli zangu nikifika hapa kwa upepo basi kwa maji moto na sabuni.
labda ni kupenda na kazi na hadi kama kama ufanisi za kutoa siri kama za kubaki na graphics lakini kwa kweli
Hii kuna ile kiishi kama sana kwa sababu hiyo ndio biashara na kupiga dawa leo wale siku tano hivi kitu kitu kweli hapo sababu kuna siku yani mchungu kwa kesi ya mchana kwa hiyo yani nilikuwa siku ya bado wenyewe chelewa sana ndani wa trek ndani kwa usiku kipindi cha chungu kwa hakika kitu wakati sana shtani ila lakini wakati tunarudi selective hii nataka kupiga job yenyewe mpigaji kisha kwa kwa kama hujavaa chochote mkononi. Unaona kabisa hii dawa itakusaidia kuitoa na hayo magonjwa tu mengine ambayo unalala. Kwa hiyo tulikuwa hata tunashauriwa hii issue ndio mwisho wa siku ndo ndio kusikia bwana mtu kusugua kifua sio hiyo ndio kwamba bana bomba mwenyewe bali na kama kwa bomba sijui tena. Kwa nini habari sasa ni kubwa sana? Hii moja ya changamoto ya hii hii kwa kutumia katika hii maana shamba hili wanaweza kupiga dawa anampa mwingine sabuni na mwingine kupata peke yake kwa tatu hata sabuni nyingine kawaida mzuri pia ndio huyu anakusoma kama nafasi ipo pesa anaelekeza ushauri kwa hiyo kwa dawa hii shida ni kazi kwa huko pia ni kwa ya kusoma kwa hiyo bado sisi wenyewe kuna kama mzee vitu kama hivi ndio hapo hata ndio chupa na zingine hata kama chupa kwa passion ya shambani sana. Ushauri wangu ni zingatia sana maelezo ukiandika pale kwa mashine. Sasa kingine sisi tulikuwa nafikiria mtaalamu wetu wajaribu wakaribu sana na sisi kwa kulima kujaribu kutoa ushauri na maelekezo mengine ambayo pengine sisi tulikuwa tunafahamu. Hicho ndio kinafanya pengine tupate changamoto hizi ama hata pengine sisi tunapata kipato ambacho tunastahili. Ndio kwa sababu kwa kianza ifanyana kwa mwaka huu lakini inafanya changamoto. Changamoto kwa sasa ni dawa. Dawa ya kwenda itabadilika, sijajua sasa yake ni nini. Sababu kwa kuchukua dawa ile itakuwa kutumia kutumia wala kuja kutumia tena kwa muda mwingine. Kwa mwingine kwa sasa ni dawa kuu kwa kweli kutoka kwa dawa yangu ikifika hapo anakuwa mtoto huo, basi chukua maji ya moto na sabuni.
Labda leo kweli kazi tunafanya kazi maalum kazi kwa wadau wanachokutana maalum kwa kanisa la kwa siri na kufanya kazi na kazi lakini kwa hiyo ya kitu
hii jinsi kufanya ile kuishi kama hata kachumbari sasa kupika biashara na kupiga dawa leo wale siku tano leo chuma kitu kweli hapa au kuna siku yani chuma kupiga hospitali kama tano kwa hiyo pale nilikuwa siku ya hata kachumbari mwenyewe nchi tunakwenda kukumbuka kuchelewa sana ndio kwa trek mbaya kwa hata usiku kitu cha chuma kwa hakika wanataka sana shida nini ila hii wakati hii semeti hii nataka kupiga ndio ndio kupiga kisha kwa kwa kitu kama ya watu kitu kuna maana kabisa ila akademia kutoka mahali pa kupeleka kwa wewe kwa hata kwa sababu hii shule ndio ile sisi ndio tunasikia bwana ndio kwa sio ndio kwa nini kwamba kifaa kinachukua sana hii moja yake hii fikiri kwa kutumia teknolojia shida hii yangu shamba hili wanaweza kupiga dawa wana mtu akaingia sekunde apige kupata tayari kwa tatu hata kupiga vitu kama mgongoni kidogo huyu anasema kwa pasipo pesa anaelekeza au kushauri kwa dawa shida wakati wa kufikia kama masomo kwa sababu sisi tunataka kuzea pesa ili hapo hasa divorce kwa ingine hata kama tunachukua tutapata ni mashauri ya chama sasa
kupitia mazao kama ni kwa dada kusimama kuchanganya na maji na mchana hii ni kitu siwezi hata mtu kwa baadaye jadi kitu kinakuwa kama kipande kizima kuonza na sio kama maisha hii moja maji na kwa kisa kuna documents yake na kitu na kaza kitu hata kujienda na ujibu basi na ndio kupika ndio kuisha siku kwa ajili ya kuona na ana kupatia kitu sawa kitu na gavi na kuchanganya ile dawa takiwa kama nini tena kunaona kwa sio kupatia ile kwamba yeye ndio kufanya ushauri wangu ni zingatia sana maelezo kwenye nyumbani kupata mashine. Sasa kingine nilikuwa nafikiria
wataalamu wetu wajaribu sana na sisi kwa hilo, yani kwa ushauri na maelekezo mengine ambayo pengine sisi tulikuwa hapa ndio kufanya kitu kwa changamoto hizi akaana pengine sisi tunataka kabla kwa sisi ambacho sababu kwa kianza kunyanya kwa mwaka wa kumi, lakini inafanya changamoto nyingi. Changamoto na sasa tumeandaa hawa ya kwenda kubadilika, sijajua siku yake ni tatu kwa chukua ile ya kumi kutumia, alafu ya kuja kutumia tena kwa mwingine utatumia kifaa hicho basi dawa kuu hii hizi fulani zikiisha tunataka kupata kichubani sababu tukiuza leo biashara na tunapiga dawa leo baada ya siku tano tunafanya kitu kitu kweli na sababu hiyo kuna siku nyanya chuma kwa kile siku kama tano kwa kweli pale mimi kwa siku yangu ni nchi kwa kukumbuka kuchelewa sana kwa kutumia mara kwa usiku cha chuma tunapika kwa kata sana shani ila hii hii selective hii inataka kupika kwa hiyo kupika shamba kwa kwa kitu kama hujawa chochote kuna hiyo unaona kabisa ila ameingia na alipojua kupika zaidi ni madhara. Kwa hiyo tumekuwa tunataka tunajua hii issue ni ndio mwisho wa siku ndio ndio kusikia bwana na mtu akisugua kifua sio yeye kulima. Sio kwamba pambanaji alikuwa bomba mwenyewe yani imeweka kama kwa Muhas baby tena. Kwa nini habari zote zinakuwa sana? Hii moja ya changamoto ya hii ni kufikiri kwa mtu ambaye ameathirika na shida hii, jamaa yangu shamba hili anaweza kupiga dawa kwa anakumbuka kuingia saa 10 anaingia dakika 3 peke yake kwa tatu hata saa 10 na mbili anaanza mgongoni pia yake kwa Mungu anasema pasipo pesa atakaye kwa kupiga dawa shida katika eso hata kingine wanafikiria moja kwa moja saka sisi basi
this is the coaching one event in a school today. Yeah, you go jump and grab some working out. Not the stress. You spend some time just in class, people these are
It's it's
Hii kwa ajili ya remote. Tumeamua kufanya kazi safi, tumeona kama Juve ni ile. Unataka ni waache kwa hadithi mwenye
against the
Diría, realmente, pues, el sisi ushauri
Good morning, everyone. Our apology for being a little bit late, but our guest of honor has already arrived, as we can see, so we can start our program. Welcome to this
from different institutions, members of the institution, staff, and the students. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, it's my pleasure standing here before you, saying a few words. Just mention, and I'm sure we hear about them later.
We have a long history in collaboration with the University of Norway, and we have been part of this. So we really want to thank you very much for supporting this. Since we work in earth sciences, we also collaborate with universities and the research institutions. And I wish to recognize the presence of the director, because the executive director of Ocean Road Cancer Institute, Dr. Julian. And I believe the misuse of pesticide may lead to some form of cancer. So probably that's why it's here. So in this area, we normally identify priority areas of research. We conduct a number of research, but there are some priority areas that we recognize, and we think this is relevant and important to be disseminated to different stakeholders. And the use of pesticides, I think I was telling Dr. Ngowi, this is one of the neglected research area. The neglected research area. We don't talk much about the use of pesticides in our ecosystem. And I think it's high time that we identify the hazards, the risks that are caused by misuse of pesticides. Would be in agriculture, different areas, but they interact with the human being, and also they interact with animals, they interact with the environment. And I think we have a major issue of climate change and the effect of climate change. And I think this, I'm not an expert in that area, but I believe experts will tell us the connection between the use of pesticides and the environment and the climate. So today, you have the timetable. We will hear from the research that have been conducted, the findings, on the use of pesticides, the hazards. And I think at the end of the day, we need to come up with the recommendations. We need to come up with the recommendations. And we are very happy here that we have our colleague from the ministry that is responsible for it. And in this kind of symposium, we are going to discuss about the use of pesticides with related to human health. So I'm glad that the representative from the Ministry of Health is here. So the recommendations that we make today, these will inform some form of policy change. And it's traditional here at Muhas, whenever we conduct research and we conduct this kind of dissemination, we normally produce policy briefs. A policy brief is a document that is prepared in a language that is understood by different stakeholders, including politicians and the policymakers. So, and I trust and I believe Dr. Ngo and your team, at the end, you will come up with a policy brief with the recommendations that will emanate from this symposium, so that we make it very clear what are we recommending to the ministry, what kind of change need to take place, what kind of information need to go to the public, and also what kind of information need to go to the academic institutions like ours, research institutions. And I believe there is still a number of research gaps, probably, as we see. And I think also we need to advocate for more research, for more investment, and to make sure that these pesticides, which are very, very important, and especially in this part of the world, and because of the tropical diseases, we need pesticides, but they have to be used rationally. So once again, welcome to Muhas, and I look forward to a very fruitful discussion and deliberations, and the recommendations that we make sure that you address this challenge of the use of pesticides in human health. Karibuni sana. I want to suppose to welcome the guest of honor. So the guest of honor, who is representing the Chief Medical Officer, please, you're welcome to give your talk and your remarks to this audience. You're welcome.
Good morning. Yes, good. It is my pleasure to be here, meeting my colleague of 20 years back. I was in Muhas, I think it was 2004 when I left Muhas. So, you know, at least 50% of the attendees here, I'm a colleague. So I don't know how do I say this. But on behalf of Professor Tumaini Joseph Nagbi, our Chief Medical Officer, who was not able to attend this workshop because of some technical and official reason, accept his apology. And on behalf of her, I will be reading a speech on the issues of pesticide. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Apolinari Muhas, I thank you personally for inviting the ministry to this important workshop. You call a symposium, but normally we in the government, we say a workshop or a seminar or working session. So this is a working session or a technical working group or a task, no, not a task force, a working session. Is it a working session where you deliberate on key issues to address? Is that what I understand? Yes. So this is a technical working session whereby toward the end, we'll have a plan of action on issues to reduce the pesticide use in our community. Is that right? We shall see. The Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Emmanuel Balaja, I don't see him, is around, but Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Consultants, Professor Bruno Sunguya, Deputy Vice Chancellor Planning, Finance and Administration, Professor Elasto Mbuvi, government officials who are present here. I've seen my colleague Ngio from the Chief Government Office is here. The other colleague I've seen is from the Ocean Road. Yes, Professor Maiselage. Local and international stakeholders, academic, staff, researchers and students here in Muhas, representatives from the media, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning. Yes. To introduce myself, my name is Joseph Virago. I work with the Ministry of Health in Dodoma at the Department of Preventive Services in the section of environmental health and sanitation. I arrived yesterday from Dodoma. Although I was in other duties, I didn't expect that I would be a guest of honor, but fortunately, God has given me this opportunity to be the guest of honor. Thank you very much. Niwasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Let me take this opportunity to thank and congratulate the Muhas team for having this important symposium as a platform for stakeholders to discuss on issues that are overlooked, but of critical importance. This is the issue of pesticide and the profound effects to the human health. As the professor said, the vice chancellor said, this is an area for research, yes, because of the multiple issues on the health effect that we see in the field. There are some misuse of pesticide in the field. If you've never happened to go in the field looking at how the misuse of pesticide are, you take a trip to areas like Arusha, Mbeya, Iringa, where the vegetables and the vegetable and even to southern part of the Tanzania, you go to Mtwara, where they use for sulfur for cashew, not a cashew nut. What would we call colossus? Is it cashew nut? Is it a cashew nut? Huh? Not a peanut, okay. A cashew nut, where a rampant use of pesticide are evidently seen. And some are keeping their houses nearby to the bedside. So personally, I'm excited to have this opportunity and to hear exchange and ideas with the scholars, researchers and public health specialists, students, and the representatives from national and international organizations. I've seen some of the representatives from the international organization here. They've mentioned Norway, the US, the French team. The other colleagues are from, have I mentioned all? Or I forget some of the colleagues who attended here. Norway, France, the other team. I think those are the representatives in this team. Thank you very much for joining the team of Muhas in this area of pesticide. You have something to contribute to the Tanzanian team, and I think this, the Muhas you have selected in the area that will give a better results on the use of pesticide in the community, taking into account the issue of behavior change in the community, looking at the withdrawal period of after using the pesticide, which are so important for having a better health results while using the crops that are used as pesticide. Ladies and gentlemen, pesticides were designed for the intention to protect crops and livestock and the human environment from harmful organisms. We use pesticide to control mosquito, and fortunately we have a very good company here, biotech technology in Chpe, that has given us an opportunity to have control mosquito. But nowadays I saw some of the advertisement in the media, they're saying they have also pesticide for other uses like in agriculture and etc. So pesticides are not coming outside the Tanzania, but we also do the manufacturing here in our country. So our community need to have a good understanding on the how to use pesticide for the protection of their health, but also the environment and the aquatic animals where the pesticide are used in the environment. However, for many years, we have come to realize that these chemicals are not as selective as we once believed. Alongside their intended target, pesticides also harm non-targeted organisms, including human and the environment. As I said, you are using pesticide for crop, but aquatic animals suffer. There are those pesticides which draw oxygen, and then the aquatic animals that need oxygen will perish. So we have positive idea of having a good harvest, but on a negative effect on the aquatic animal. So in totality, we need to bring all these issues into a comprehensive understanding, so that we should not harm the environment or the aquatic animals, but also bring the benefit of the producers of various crops or holders of animals without giving harmful to integrated living organism of the environment. Today, we must confront the unfortunate reality that the pesticide exposure is widespread and its effect on vulnerable population remain underappreciated. Yes, when we use the pesticide, we should understand that despite of our focus that we need higher yield, but let us also look on the other side that while using the pesticide, that there are those animals or human beings who will be also having effect on the use of that pesticide. Moreover, challenges is further compounded by climate change. The issue of climate change nowadays, and toward the end of this month, we'll have a COP 2029 in this toward November. The issue of climate change with use of pesticide has increased because there are areas where you find pests are more as it used to be in the previous. For those who were in Dar es Salaam for July, September, I think June to September, for those who have mango trees, have you seen the, it was, what do we call those issues? Wadudu tunaoitaja walivamia miembe yetu. Meona miembe imeliwa na wadudu Dar es Salaam karibu kuanzia the month of July, I think to September. Miembe mengi yalivamiwa na viwavi jeshi wanaita madude makubwa. Nilifikia, I thought it was in my mango tree, but when I went to neighbors, I also find the same. But this is an example of issues of climate change. We used not to have those in Dar es Salaam, but currently we have that. So rising temperature and shifting weather pattern have also led to expansion of pests population, as what as I said, in an example of the mango. But in some areas, you find more drought, a certain type of animal, a certain type of pests are also increasing the population. For those who went to onion cultivation in Karatu, Iringa, and some other places, it is evident to see that you can't harvest onion if you don't use pesticide. That what is the reason behind? Because the environment has changed. The issue of climate change has pushed the farmers to use pesticide in order to have a higher yield of onion in those areas. So issue of climate change is also very important in this aspect of pesticide use for farmers and animal healthers. The runoff during the rain season introduced a pest in a system threatening both human and developmental and environmental health. Yes, currently, as we are speaking, we have also a issue of cholera in the country. It's only 3 regions who have not overcome the cholera epidemic. Why this is happening is because of the issue of climate change. People are suffering from getting the sources of water. The sources are contaminated. Contamination is through various issues, animal, human activities, and etc. Has put a pressure on water sources, and then what comes is cholera. The issue of cholera is also related to behavior change related. I think Professor Kapopo is here in the area of behavior change. Our health team has done all to overcome cholera in the country, but the community has received all but less of what they practice. So there is a gap that we need also to invest on how do we impart on behavior change into our community so that they could risk the issue of harm on what they are doing. On the behavioral aspect in our community, also make them to suffer to some diseases, communicable diseases. The health team from regional, national team has done all, but people still suffering. We as scientists, we find that there is a gap on behavior change in our community. The same was on the use of pesticide. The pesticide have all information on the do's and don'ts, but our community forget about the do's and don'ts on the use of pesticide. And therefore, the effect of pesticide comes into our population. It is normal to find an onion or a mango or a tomato in the market with pesticide in it because the farmer has not observed the withdrawal period. It is normal to find a milk from a cow with antibiotic because farmers has not observed the withdrawal period of that antibiotic. And therefore, connecting the issue of economic and the behavior of these people should also be looked at, Professor Kakopo, so that we protect the public health. In Tanzania, the government, like others around the world, has enacted different laws and regulations to safeguard us from hazards posed by pesticide. When I was here, I asked my colleague, is the Tanzanian Plant Health and the blah blah from Arusha here? They said yes. I think you can see the change from the change of law from what we call the other law. Chpe was what was the name of the institution before? Chpe, it was Chpe, yeah? And then nowadays it has changed its name, is it? It's because of the changes that we see in the community, changes that we see on the practice of use of pesticides in our country, both in agriculture and in other activities. So international efforts such as those by United Nations Food and Agriculture FAO, the WHO, the UNEA, have called for a progressive phase out of higher hazardous pesticide, but these efforts must be translated from word into action. Must be translated from word to action. We Tanzania, we are better on words, but not in action. When it comes into action, we sometimes take time to act. So from the evaluation of this symposium, let us put more action than words. In Tanzania, steps have been also taken to ban the 44 HHPs, yet still face critical questions. Have these pesticides been fully phased out? I think this should be answered on the action plan that we develop area later as a deliberation of this meeting. Our laws and the practice enough to protect us. If we make analysis of the laws and the regulation that we have, taking into account the Tanzania Pesticide and so what, the Public Health Act, the Environmental Management Act of 2004, and the related acts, are these enough for the pesticide control, both in agriculture, in the workplaces, and etc.? So during our deliberation toward the end of this meeting, we should be able to answer these few questions that I raised to you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate today to have some of paramount experts in pesticide research, public and environmental policy with us. They will share their insights on pesticide legislation, environmental pollution, exposure, and the human and the health impact we all value too. We are also joined by policymakers and the civil society representatives who will discuss how can we turn the knowledge into action. The wings of knowledge to action are here. The Muhas is the institutional what we call institutional capacity, or the house of knowledge, for so many years in Tanzania, and it's still the same. So in that case, we should turn the knowledge we have into action. Muhas, alongside with other partners, are playing a vital role in educating the next generation of health professionals, raising awareness and advocating for better pesticide management. We are committed to contribute to future where both our population and environment are protected. While winding up, ladies and gentlemen, I argue all of us today, whether we are researchers, policymakers like I, health professional, farmer, to actively engage in the discussion and share the experience. By working together, we can break the invisibility that surround the danger of pesticide use and ensure that more towards safer, healthier future for Tanzanians is happened. Are we committed on that? Yes. Thank you. Let us begin our discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, having said that, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of my Chief Medical Officer, Professor Tumaini Joseph Nago, to announce that the 12th Muhas University-wide Research Dissemination and Symposium with the theme Breaking the Invisibility of Pesticide Related Effect on Human Health in the Era of Climate Change has been officially opened. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we should put our hands together for our guest of honor for opening our. Asante sana. Before we continue, the symposium, the organization of the symposium wanted to acknowledge some of the people for their support. So we want to ask the guest of honor. We have prepared some kind of appreciation award. So we want to ask the guest of honor to stand together with the Vice Chancellor and the people on the high table, and then we will present those appreciation award for those people that have been very instrumental. The first one goes to the Embassy of France in Tanzania in recognition of a valuable support and dedication to the Symposium on Pesticide and Health in Tanzania. And the second one is to the University of Oslo for your generous support and commitment to the success of the Symposium on Pesticide and Health in Tanzania. A representative from the University of Oslo. Thank you so much. So we can take your seat now. Now we can take our seat at the high table. Those are the two people, the two organizations that we wanted to recognize with the contribution for this symposium. Now we would like to take some few pictures. We're here before we go to the second session, and we'll take like a group photo of a few people here. The first photo is going to be the high table together with presenter of today's, I think all the presenter and panelists. If you are the presenter and the panelists of today's session, could you please come forward? You can move a little bit forward. Not you, the one standing behind. Yes, thank you. And the second one is going to be our collaborator from the French Embassy and from the also University. French Embassy and also University in Norway. That will be the second picture. All of you, please, from Norway, from the French Embassy, you can stand behind. The third one is a member from the School of Public Health and Social Science. Member from the School of Public Health and Social Science, Muhas. And the last one is students who are in this, that will be the last one. Member from the School of Public Health and Social Science, you can stand behind. Students, you're next. All the students who are here, undergraduate and postgraduate together. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Now we've come to the first session of opening session ceremony. We will ask the guest of honor and the vice chancellor to just go outside and speak with the media for a few minutes while we are preparing for the second session where it's going to be presentation. Thank you very much. We can start. And then the second session is going to be presentation, and I think the rest will come and sit on the front. Nếu con này đấy.
Each online like a project. You send me rules. Ni good consume mtasema ili azime. Yeye wambia aseti kuni hapa. Ileta kwenye movement. Nasema.
Dia kwenye bomba lile, dia kwenye bomba lile ambayo basi naendelea kupiga, naendelea kufanya shughuli zangu. Nikifika hapa natoa zile nguo, basi nachukua maji ya moto na nawa na sabuni.
Kweli. Mavazi tunavaa tuna mavazi maalum. Na ninachojua wataalamu
Mboga kuchelewa. Masuala ndugu zake kwa tumia kitumbali ya kubali. Kata kitumbali usiku. Tukiweka hospitali. Tumu. Tunapika tumbo akata sana. Mtu kufanya kama ndio kosa kujua shida nini? Dawa. Lakini hii wakati nikizungumzia hii aspect hii wakati wa kupika hata wewe mwenyewe upigaje. Kisha kwa ndio kwa mle. Unapochota kama hujavaa chochote mkononi. Leo naona kabisa kumlinda awe na afya kabla inaingia kwenye kichwa maalum. Na aina unajua kwamba hii inafanya ina madhara. Kwa hiyo tumekuwa tukipata kwa mazoezi, unajua hii issue ni ndio hiyo mwisho wa siku ndio ile kusikia bwana na mtu akisugua kifua sio hiyo kabisa. Mtu ndio kwamba banaji kwa bomba mwenyewe wale miaka mitano kusikia kwa bomba sibeti tena. Kwa nini habari fuata kubwa sana? Hii moja wapo changamoto ya hii mimi nafikiri kwa mtu ambaye ameathirika na shida hii ni jamaa yangu shamba hili. Ndio kwa anaweza kupiga dawa ilikuwa naamka kuingia saa 10 anapiga dakika 3 peke yake kwa tatu hata saa 12 tunakwenda mgongoni, lakini athari yake leo huu ana sawa, anafanya kazi nafasi ipo, lakini sana anaelekeza huwezi kushika kitu kama yeye wala kupiga dawa pia. Shida anafanya kazi kwa mtu na pia ni dawa au pia pia paswa Kwa hiyo kuna vitu ambavyo sisi wenyewe tulikuwa tunataka kuendelea kuifahamu kabisa. Kwa hiyo hapo ndio hiyo. Nimefanya matangazo mara hata kuchipuka, hata kama utachipuka utapata ndio wacho ya changaza sana.
Ishalipatia mazao. Baya unavyotumia ngoma sina maji na huko chani. Kuna nini ile tusielewi. Matokeo yanakuja kufika baadaye. Yaani kichwa kinakuwa kama kipande kuhusu kujua ngoma. Na hasa kama mtu anakaa karibu na moto. Maji yanakuwa kichwa kinauma. Kwa hiyo sasa unawaza hapa naifanyaje na kitu kitu unapata ujinakwaza kizuri. Wao nakaa kujibu yale maumivu. Basi na ile maumivu yanakuwa mwisho wa siku kufuatilia ngoma. Dawa hiyo. Na kufuatilia kitu kwa sababu hujui kitu. Na tunajifunga vipi? Unapochanganya ile dawa tunatakiwa kufanya nini? Sema mtu kwamba tunasema kufuatilia ile tunafanya ile kazi.
Ushauri wangu ni kuzingatia sana maelezo kwenye sasa kingine nilikuwa nafikiria wataalamu wetu wajaribu wakaribu sana kutoa ushauri na maelekezo mengine ambayo pengine sisi tunakuwa tunafahamu. Sasa hizo ndio tunafanya tuendelee kupata changamoto hizi hapa tunapigana kusoma hapa kifaa ambacho tunasaidia eneo.
Kutokana na haya mambo ya sauti.
Wewe kwangu kwenye zao la nyanya ni wa muda mrefu kidogo, kwa sababu toka nimeanza kulima nyanya takriban mwaka wa kumi nataka kusikia, lakini ninakumbana na changamoto nyingi. Changamoto na sasa kwenye madawa yanakuwa yakabadilika, sijajua sababu yake ni nini. Naweza ukachukua dawa ile inayokuwa umeizoea kutumia, halafu kuja kutumia tena kwa muda mwingine unakuta zingine kufanya nini. Kwa sasa kwenye dawa za mkuu na za
kulisha na kulima na shamba karibu. Lakini tunaendelea kufikia chini. Changamoto za shamba zangu kutana nazo ni nyingi. Ya kwanza kabisa na madawa haya kwa vile wale kabisa tunakuwa ni changamoto. Dawa nyingine tunapata haziko ambazo zitaexpire kiasi cha
kwa kweli nikitoka kununua zile dawa kushanazo shambani na changanya vile nini tunaweza kuchanganya kulingana na maana ya kiwanja. Baada ya hapo nakwambia kwenye bomba lile ndio kitu kufanya kuongea Mungu anasema nikishamaliza shughuli zangu nikifika hapa natoa zile nguo basi kwa maji ya Mungu na sabuni. Record. Vamos a recording. Yes.
yako labda
Unachukua matukio kwenye mfumo wa wale matukio.
No, no.
Good morning once again. Can we take our seat now so that we could continue with our next session, which is a presentation? Our first presenter today is Dr. Vera Goy. I would like to say some few words bio about her. Dr. Goy has an occupational health and safety background, specialized in pesticide toxicology. She was a research scientist in charge of the toxicology section at the Tropical Pesticide Research Institute, that is from 1980 to 2007. She joined academia at Muhas in 2007 and became head of Department of Environmental and Occupational Health. That was from 2008 to 2012. She was the chairperson of the Africa Stockpile Program, Tanzania Network of NGO and CSO. That was 2005 to 2013. Dr. Ngoy's research has led to the understanding of pesticide health impact in agriculture in Tanzania. She has supervised and mentored a number of scientists who investigated the poisoning surveillance system, exposure of pesticide applicants, women and children. Some of them are now looking at the neurobehavior impact in preschool children, prenatal exposure and fetal outcome. Dr. Ngoy is retired but worked as a private consultant and part-time senior lecturer at Muhas. She teaches and supervises research for under and postgraduates in the field related to chemical, particularly pesticide and health. Please join our hands to welcome Dr. Vera Ngoy, and she's going to present on pesticide politics in Tanzania. Karibu sana.
So good morning. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It's true, I'm an old-timer in pesticide research, and that is why they gave me this chance to talk about politics, because I've lived through the different changes that are taking place in Tanzania concerning pesticides. And what I wanted to present, of course, I'm going to be brief because we are running short of time. But we are here in this symposium, and I'm honored because it is the first gathering that I'm speaking with the Minister of Health. We've been speaking with the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment and other stakeholders, and we've been recommending a lot of changes that we thought were important to protect our health, but we don't see much change taking place. So we believe that talking to the Ministry of Health, this is the missing link that is going to take us through, take us out of this jam that we're facing. We have been told that pesticides are poisons. These are poisons by design, and they don't only affect the pests, but they also affect us. And those who make a decision on whether we should use pesticides or not, I'm sure some of them know that pesticides are harmful, but why they make that decision to expose people, that is something that amuses us. On the right, there we see a clip from the media, just the media coverage. This was in 2007 when the government wanted to reintroduce DDT for malaria control. And the Minister for Health was asked, why are you introducing DDT in Tanzania? Why DDT was banned for use? And he said that, I know DDT was banned because of harmful effects, long-term effects, but I'm concerned with the under 5 who are dying now. So I've decided we are going to spray DDT and we are going to start with Muleba. And the next president in 2019 comes and tells us there are a lot of cancers in Lake Zone. Can you go and investigate what are the causes of the cancer? How do we know that the DDT that was sprayed in 2007, and it was supposed to take about 10 to 20 years to produce effects, is not a cause? We need to do research. These are the politics that we are talking about. Don't seem to be moving. But we have United Nations report. I wanted to cite they're saying that reliance on hazardous pesticides is a short-term solution that undermines the rights to adequate food and health for present and future generations. So when we come to the discussions, we should be thinking about our right for food and good health, and pesticides will not give you that. What motivated me to talk about the politics of pesticides? There are a lot of things that motivated, but one of them is we are Muhas, we are training environmental health officers, and they're the ones who are going out into the field to advise the policymakers and at the same time to supervise the spraying of pesticides to control mosquitoes and all this. There was a dengue outbreak. I'm not going to go into details. They know what they did, but what I remember was Dar es Salaam was supposed to be fogged with pesticides. Whether this happened or not, this is a mystery, which we can talk in the afternoon. We also lack research data, which the VC has emphasized, and as Muhas, we need to do a lot of research. Now that TPRI is closed, we don't have TPRI anymore. So we need to do research to try and see how much pesticides contribute to our ill health. We have routine surveillance system. This is for healthcare professionals. They report poisoning, but when we go into the medical records and into the data to analyze for pesticide poisoning, we find that there's underreporting. And then we have a health sector that feels that pesticides concern the Ministry of Agriculture because they are in charge with the responsibility of controlling pesticides. So for them, they are not involved. while they carry the burden of illnesses and costs of healthcare caused by the pesticides that are introduced by agriculture. Then we have vulnerable groups who are normally not considered to be exposed because they don't carry the pumps to go out and do the spraying, women and children, but research has shown that they are more exposed than those who go to spray because they are not protected when they are handling pesticides. So I'll give a brief overview and then I'll talk about the history of regulation and how it is under influence, look a little bit about the market, how it is moving, and then give some highlights on what we should discuss in the afternoon. We see economic growth in Africa, which is accompanied by the surge of non-communicable diseases, which is a concern to us. And it is a concern because we still have the communicable diseases and we have to deal with the two giants, non-communicable and communicable diseases. Our healthcare system is still fragile, so how to deal with this is a challenge. And we see that WHO has told us that by 2030, non-communicable diseases will cause more deaths in Africa than all the other diseases. So we are concerned on how much pesticide contributes to these non-communicable diseases, and that's why we are here. We have challenges for those of us who are trying to address the problem of pesticides, especially in occupational and environmental health. This is seen as an obstacle to growth. And because we have insufficient environmental and occupational health regulations, and even those that are there, the weakness in enforcement increases the risk. And pesticide pollution particularly enjoys a very low political priority in this country because development is the paradigm. And unfortunately, all the reforms that we are seeing, the regulatory reforms, they have an influence of either international donors or politics. And public health institutions have very little counterweight to political willingness to remove these so-called obstacles. And this is illustrated by the policies that we have. Farmers are encouraged they are encouraged and facilitated to use pesticides. Even when you look at the media, in television, all the time you see they are being taught how to use pesticides safely, and and there are a lot of inspections that are going out of shops to ensure them that what is on the market is safe. And the national policy talks about challenges for low productivity, and they are saying that low use of pesticide is a very big challenge for development. Whether this is true or not, it's not backed by science at all. Unfortunately, the pesticide industry has dissociated itself from the impact of pesticides, either on health or on the environment. They've given us instructions on how to use pesticides. They're telling you, use pesticides when needed, and read the label carefully and follow the instructions on the label. They're also telling you to take empty containers. After rinsing, you have to send them back for collection. And while you are spraying, you should wear personal protective equipment and make sure that the equipment that you're using is well calibrated and it's working properly. And you shouldn't pollute the environment with empty containers. On the right, you see the real situation. You see people mixing pesticides, they're not protected. We also have displays outside. If you have time, you should look. You see nozzles leaking. This is an equipment that was supposed to have been checked before they go spray, and we see the whole field littered. So the law that is regulating pesticides, that is controlling pesticides before registration and post-registration, has gone through a lot of changes. And the history starts way back in 1970. Before there, we had the Tropical Pesticide Research Institute. It started way back in 1950. And it was public health that brought synthetic chemicals to our country because of malaria and trypanosomiasis, I think, because it's caused by tsetse. So pesticides were there to control mosquitoes and tsetse flies. But later on, they found their way in agriculture. And after using them for a while, that is when they realized that these pesticides, they can also cause harm. And they decided to come up with pesticide control. TPRI was under the East Africa Community. So East Africa Community started the East Africa Pesticide Control Organization, and they came up with a scheme, which is what is shown diagrammatically. It was very comprehensive, and it was very good for controlling pesticides. And I'm sure Tanzania in Africa is the only country that had an elaborate system of pesticide control that was backed by science, because Tropical Pesticides Research Institute was doing research in all aspects of pesticides and informing the registrar. So when the registrar was acting based on science. But from 1997, things started changing. We had a donor-driven reform that decided to fragment the law that was controlling pesticides to come up with plant protection substances separated from the other pesticides. And although the Livestock and Animal Disease Act, they took some action, which we are going to hear later, the Ministry of Health is still struggling with the public health pesticide. That's why we see street vending and all this kind of thing. In 2020, if things were not bad, they become worse because now the Tropical Pesticide Research Institute was closed. There is no more research, there's no pesticide research. And this has allowed pesticides to be sold without control. We have to deal with this, and this is, I don't know whether it is done to improve our conditions or not. This is something that we have to think about. And since then, we see the import of pesticides changing dynamics. On the right, we see the graph from 2015 to 2020. The graph is very steep, the import of pesticides. We manufacture very little, like he was saying, we have larvicides that are manufactured in Kibaha for malaria control. And even those ones are not used because the synthetic chemicals are overriding even the safer products that we have locally. And unfortunately, the people who are selling the pesticides to us are no longer the traditional ones. We are no longer getting pesticides from Europe as we used to because of the pressure that they have in Europe about double standards. When they ban the use of pesticide in Europe, they're supposed to ban that pesticide locally also. But now they've shifted the market to China. China is supplying 70% of the imports that are coming to Tanzania. And the import driving value chain has also changed. We had traditional crops like coffee, cotton, that were driving use of pesticides. Now we have horticulture. We have horticulture. It has the highest peak. This is the highest driver of pesticides. So most of the pesticides that come into this country, they are for horticulture and cereals and cashew. And unfortunately, these are food crops and nobody monitors them on the market, on the local market at least. For export, they check for residues. So those who are growing for export, they are using good agricultural practices or they are using organic farming. But those who are selling to the local market, there is no one who is following this up. And the horticulture has also brought a concept of fast tracking. In 2009, 368 pesticides were fast-tracked, meaning that they didn't go through rigorous testing and they were pushed to the market. And there is no follow-up of these products to see whether they are causing problems or not. So the impact, and which is what we are saying, it's a multidimensional invisibility. We have acute poisoning, which we say is 95.9 underreported. We have limited reliability of facility-based surveillance, which is not giving us the correct information. We tried community-based self-surveillance system, at least to complement the facility-based, and we see this is working properly. So at the end of the day, we hope that we'll come up with a recommendation that will also include community surveillance. We have a problem of low-dose chronic exposures, especially for effects like cancer, sterility, neurodegenerative illnesses, birth defects, and all those kinds. The effects are known, but in Africa, we don't know the magnitude, and we don't even follow up to see how the impact. On the right there, this is a billboard that we found in a village in Arusha, in Karatu. And there is, that it is not visible. This is the theater. They are saying that they offer services for women who have miscarriages. So to have put this up in the billboard, it means they have a lot of miscarriages in this area. And the area is an area known for high use of pesticides. So our research should also look out for signs like this one when we are deciding on what kind of research we need to do. So to end my presentation, I would like to suggest that during our discussion, we should make exposure and health effects visible and talk about pesticide residue analysis, especially for the horticultural crops that are consumed locally. We should also look at the long-term effects of pesticides exposure among farmers and other users, even in households. And on the political sociology side, we have this struggle of regulation, so we need to mobilize people who can push for changes that will protect us. And we also have to look at the industry lobbying, because they know how to lobby. We should know how they do it, so that at least we can either go the same way to bring about changes that will protect us. We also need to look at the dynamics of either invisibility or visibility in production of knowledge and the ignorance. What produces ignorance, what produces knowledge, so that at least we can tackle the problem. And then we also need to look at the organization of workers. So thank you very much for your attention.
So thanks together for Dr. Vera Ngoi once again. If you have questions, you have comments, please write it down. We will have a session for questions and discussion after all the presentation. And our next presenter is Dr. Nathalie Jas. Dr. Nathalie is an historian and sociologist of science and technology. She is permanent researcher at the French National Research Institute for Agriculture, Food and Environment, attached to the Muhas Research Center, that is Montpellier Interdisciplinary on Sustainable Agri-Food System. Her research focuses on public policies and on hazardous chemical in Europe, the United States, international arenas, and certain African countries. She has published extensively in French and English on the subject, including residue, that is thinking through chemical environments, and powerless science, science and politics in a toxic world. Can we put our hands once again to welcome Dr. Nathalie Jack? She's going to present on international regulation and the current transformation of the global pesticide complex. Karibu sana.
I would like to say it's a great honor for me to talk here, and I would like to thank all the organizers for inviting me, and especially Dr. Vera. So let's start. Thank you. Yeah. So the aim of the talk is to introduce and reflect on some of the international and global regulatory instruments, so like multilateral agreements that frame the international pesticides trade, and some of the effect of this instrument on the toxic pesticides availability in low and middle income countries in Africa, so mainly low income countries. So there will be 5 points, and I will start right away. I just would like to start with reminding that most of these instruments were the results of intense activism in the 1980s and 90s, and this activism was the product of international NGOs, but also of a number of poorer countries, and including many African countries. What they wanted at the time is that the toxic waste produced in the richer country not being sent in poorer countries, and the toxic chemicals which were banned in richer countries not being still produced and sent and sold or exported to poorer countries. They wanted they found that it was very unequal, unjust, and they wanted that international regulation to prohibit the export of toxic waste and to prohibit the export of toxic chemicals or chemical recognized as such in richer countries into poorer countries. So a strict ban of doing this kind of things. But there were lots of negotiations, and it ended up that, and this negotiation, of course, were difficult, but the international agreement mainly promotes a mechanism which was called prior informed consent. It was this mechanism was designed to compensate for the lack of capacities of scientific, technical, administrative to assess the toxic chemical and the toxic waste, and to make informed decisions about whether the country should accept it or not. So the idea was not to ban what the richer country produced, but the idea was to say, well, we will give you information, but because you don't have the capacity to produce them, and you will decide. This was the idea of most of, not all of them, but most of these international agreements that emerged at that time. So you know some of them, probably. There was voluntary schemes like the International Code of Conduct on Pesticide Management, which was designed by the FAO, and the first version was in 1986. There was also the Bamako Convention, which is an African convention for African countries, and which states the ban of import in Africa. Tanzania signed it, but in fact, it's not put into effect. And there were the three main conventions that you all know probably: the Basel Convention on the control of transborder movement of hazardous waste, the Rotterdam Convention, and the Stockholm Conventions. And most of the documents I've seen in African countries, they refer to these three main conventions, and they want to implement these conventions. But pesticides, they belong to both categories, in fact, because the pesticides can be imported as toxic chemicals, and many pesticides which are banned in richer countries are exported to poorer countries. And the second one is that the pesticides very rapidly become toxic waste because their lifespan is 2 years and even less when you are under tropical conditions. So the concrete implementation of this global instrument agreement has not been studied a lot in depth, but still there are some elements that we can say. The first is that this convention, they only apply to a limited number of products. For instance, the Rotterdam Convention only applies for 39 pesticides, which is active substances, which is very low. You have at least 2,000 active ingredients in circulation. So over Stockholm Convention, I think it's 19 now pesticides, which is very low too. So very limited number. The prior informed consent procedure provides some safeguards, but in fact, you still need a lot of capacities to assess the documentation which is sent over. So it doesn't compensate always for the lack of capacities. And the ratification of these conventions is often very difficult to translate into national regulation. This is another problem which has been raised. And sometimes this convention may complicate the management of toxic waste, especially pesticides. Here in Tanzania, for instance, it's true for other countries. If you assess the quality of the pesticides when they come into the country, if this is low quality, you will say, we don't want our farmers to have it, and it becomes toxic waste. If you want to send it back to whoever sent it to you, you need to go through the Basel Convention. And it's a very heavy process, and it's unlikely to be effective. So you keep it on your country, on the soil. So you have a series of tools to implement this international agreements, but you need to implement them. You need financial resources, infrastructures, and most of the time, many African countries do not have the means to do that. So there are some international mechanisms to help these implementations, to provide funds and support, but these have some limits as well. So I would like in the pre project, and we focused on the Africa Stockpile Program, which is linked to which was funded by the Global Environmental Facilities. And this is a financial instrument to implement the Stockholm Convention on persistent organic pollutants. And this Global Environmental Facilities, since the early 2000s, has been financing many projects, on obsolete pesticide management throughout Africa. But Tanzania was one of the first place, and it was one of the countries where they experiment the formats it would take. And since then, it has the same format has been applied in many other countries. And this project, internationally funded project, which are implemented either by the World Bank or the FAO. In Tanzania, both were implementing the project. Have two aims: cleaning the sites where pesticides have been accumulated and all the waste have been accumulated, and prevent new accumulation. This was the two core things. So, and it is a failure. We can only say it's a failure on both aspects, the cleanup and the prevention side. So the Global Environment Fund, World Bank, FAO, they do lots of positive communication around that. But in fact, I think we think it's a failure. There are many reasons why it's a failure, but just I would like to present you a few of them. In the case of Tanzania, but we can find the same pattern in other African countries, where Tanzania was very good at accumulating knowledge before the SAP on the obsolete pesticides stockpiles they have on the country. And this was done by the Tanzanian administration, Chpe and NEMC, and some internationally funded projects. So in 97-98, for instance, there was a national inventory which identified 350 sites, and with more than 600 different pesticides in it, and a huge quantity of different, I think almost 2,000 tons of all the chemicals. This inventory, I haven't been able to find it. I know it exists, I know what is in it, but the actual inventory, I haven't been able to find it, and we haven't been able to find it now. In the ECP inventory, they decide to redo the inventory, not to take this one, and they do it with methodology developed in the FAO, and they only found 135 sites. And they said they are clean them. And when we go now to most, not all, but most of the reports were talking about highly contaminated sites in Tanzania. They only mention of 40 heavily contaminated sites. So this is the kind of, during this process, the knowledge the knowledge has been lost. So this is a problem. There are many other problems with this program, but there are lots of waste which had been identified. We don't know what happened to them. So, for instance, these 2,515 tons of contaminated waste, which were identified during the process, we don't know what happened to them. So this is one thing. Another thing is the prevention part. There was a huge work done by the Stakeholder Advisory Forum to design a roadmap to prevent the accumulation of new stockpile. And this roadmap was very comprehensive, and it included many stakeholders. But the SAP, this program, did not provide support resources to follow up and to implement these prevention sites. And one of the key problems is the lack of capacity and infrastructure, but this type of program do explicitly exclude to fund the strengthening the capacity behind some training and infrastructure. So this is a big problem. So some waste were removed from a country at high cost, but no infrastructure were developed to deal with the waste in the country. And so this was quite a problem. So there are many other problems. And the other problem is that the project didn't anticipate the change of scope in the problem posed by pesticides since 2000. Why? Because as Dr. Vera showed you, there was a huge increase in the use of pesticides in Tanzania, like in many other African countries. And there are many reasons for that. But one is that there is a generic revolution. And this generic revolution was carried by the fact that in China and India developed huge capacities of producing which is a generic product. And so there have been since then a restructuring of the pesticide industries at global, regional, and national level, which is really important and which doesn't work now like it used to be, and which is able now to throw into the market the huge quantity of pesticides. And so I invite you to look at these papers which describe all of that. And one important point is now that China has implemented a proactive and highly effective policy to reduce the use of pesticides in its own country, but not to lower its production capacity. So it's exporting a lot, even more, and it's the same with India, and to ban hazardous pesticides. But what the problem is that they are also developing a double standard like Europe did and is still doing. It's not, it's the double standard is not bad in Europe or the United States or Japan, etc. But all the pesticide manufacturing countries. But now China is also doing that. So, and they are the main producer of pesticides in the world. About 40% of the pesticides of the world start in China and 10% in India. So in Africa, there are lots of activism towards Europe, and this is right to do that, the double standard imposed by Europe, but they ignore the fact that China is also in the same dynamics. So here you have a list of pesticides which are prohibited in China, but they have this approval for export only. You can produce them just to export them, not to use them because they are considered to be too toxic to be used in China. And you have also a list of prohibited for scoops. So, the last point I would like to make: global instruments are useful, but they have lots of limitations, and they leave aside many active ingredients and all commercial products, because commercial products in their own, they cannot succeed. Many issues in terms of toxicity, etc., situation of exposure, exposed populations. But this double standard issue is still not resolved. They were created to resolve these issues. It is not still resolved. The huge transformation of the way the pesticide industries work is not taken into account. And the deep need to fund and to finance robust and lasting scientific, technical, and administrative and legal infrastructures. So, we need, this is something which is left aside, really left aside, so that the countries can make the decision themselves and deal with the problem of pesticides by themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. We can put our hands once again for Dr. Natuli. Our next presenter is Dr. Harun Maina Warui. Dr. Harun Maina Warui is a seasoned expert with over 23 years of experience in research, innovation, incubation, and policy development, with a strong focus on sustainable agriculture system, natural resource management, and climate change adaptation. In his role as the head of HBS Nairobi office, he leads critical initiative aimed at advancing sustainable food system, agroecological practice, and food sovereignty. His work is central to shaping policies that promote ecological sustainability, food security, and resilience community across Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Before joining HBS, Harun managed high-impact climate change program with the UNDP. He was instrumental in transforming Kenya agricultural research landscape during his time at the Kenya Agricultural Research Institute, where he served as the founding national coordinator of the environmental research program and establishing the climate change unit, both critical for addressing environmental and climate challenge in the sector. Dr. Warui holds a doctorate in agriculture science with specialization in socio-ecological system from the University of Hohenheim in Germany. He also possessed a master in the bachelor degree in the natural resource management from Egerton University, Kenya. His extensive experience and dedication to sustainable food system drive his mission to develop policy that support both environmental balance and the well-being of community. Can we join our hands to welcome Dr. Harun Warui, and he's going to speak about pesticide landscape in the East Africa, the case of Kenya. Karibu sana, Dr. Warui.
Asanteni, hamjambo. So as he was on the presentation, I'd like to really thank you. I'm humbled to be in this meeting today and really acknowledge the presence of the distinguished members and you as guests. And allow me to say that I feel so proud to address this congregation of people from the medical or health sector. My first time to really address you guys in the midst of these kind of challenges we are finding globally. And thanks my colleague Vera and Natalia for setting the background at both international politics and Tanzania politics. An honor to realize that Tanzania has a great history that I didn't know when it comes to pesticide or pest research. Vera, for me, that was a great honor to have learned that. Thank you so much. So thank you again, and I would like to start this presentation by observing that at the Heinrich Ball Foundation, we have got mandate of Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, as mentioned earlier. And you might find in the previous presentation slide, we have got two logos of the Heinrich Ball Foundation and the Root to Food Initiative. We have been using the Root to Food Initiative as a brand for spearheading the issue of campaigns and advocacy on various aspects that affect our food sovereignty, pesticides being one of them. The other one is soil health and the farmer managed seed system. So these are the pillars that we push at the Root to Food Initiative and use as an umbrella against which we campaign. Of course, we appreciate the kind of challenges that we are finding as different organizations. I heard from Vera the kind of challenges we have faced as a movement. And I would like to appreciate my colleague, Dr. Maitima. We have been in this campaign together with her. We have held some Twitter space, and you also understand the kind of challenges when you change ideas that we face in this space. Now, when it comes to Kenya, at the Heinrich Ball Foundation, through the Root to Food Initiative, we have had several toxic business campaigns to push this issue of highly hazardous pesticides. And thank you so much. This resonates with what Vera presented. This started in 2019, where we had our first initiative of the white paper. And this white paper came up with quite outstanding results, whereby we were able to depict that 33% of our pesticides that were being promoted in Kenya had been banned in the European Union. Notwithstanding, these had profound health effects, as already depicted my colleagues, around issues of carcinogenic effects, which was mutagenic, others affected endocrine and also reproductive issues. Very important is also the issue of biodiversity. Like we noted that most of these HPs not only affect us as a human being, also affect issues like bees, insects like bees that are very good pollinators, and other biodiversity issues. Now, with the white paper being pushed, this informed the petition 2019 in our parliament. When you go to online documents, when you search, you are going to find this petition that was championed by Honorable Chpe in Kenya. And the focus was to support the removal of HHPs from our market. And this report that I'm talking, the white paper, informed the petition which recommended to the Pest Control Pest Board to take immediate measures to be able to address some of the issues that were raised in the white paper. And very important, significantly, it was the lawmakers bumped in to support our move to fight these HHPs, or the highly hazardous pesticides. We moved on with this campaign, and very important is that there was a circular for the 2021 month of July, which sought for the PCP, that is the board that I mentioned earlier, to be able to petition for 30 pesticides with the key active ingredients HHPs. And in September 2021, the Route to Food Initiative with other collaborators was able to submit a dossier to PCPB that was quite detailed, providing technical aspects that they have used to withdraw some of the pesticides in this country. Very important, we continued with our research and publications, where we produced our Atlas edition of pesticides in 2022. And this was able to depict that 310 of our pesticides products were being applied in, at a volume of 3,000 tons. And this was across a total of about 2026 crops. Very devastating is that 3% of those pesticides that were being used across these crops were highly hazardous pesticide, which represented 76% of the total pesticide used by volume within the country. And remember also 44% of these pesticides had been banned in the EU. My colleague talked about the double standard. This is a depict of a very clear example of double standard, whereby these ones are banned in the EU, they are being used in Kenya and other African countries. Quite devastating, isn't it? We have not stopped there. Last year in our campaign, we launched a very, very impactful report on the highly hazardous pesticides that was based on empirical data. And there I have some copies of this. I'll give you some copies which can be used maybe in the university and in your library, also for other people who like to share. This report is available online and you can access it. It's so very, quite impactful, whereby we went to depict that 320 pesticide products are HHPs. These are highly hazardous pesticides that are used in Kenya. And actually this depicts or represents 63%, can you believe it, of our use of pesticide in Kenya. And 195 products of these pesticides are HPs, which falls under the WHO organization criteria for classifying HHPs. And very important, we have got paraquat and the glyphosate included there. My colleague also depicted that in her presentation. And in terms of finances, which I believe is a motivation for the industry to invest in this, we are seeing a total of 72 million USDs are being sunk into these kind of pesticides. What were the key recommendations I would like to flag out from this report? Was that we need to phase out some of these HPs that include paraquat and mancozeb. And also very important, we are promoting for the use or the application of integrated pest management as a measure to counteract some of these effects, and also promoting use of pesticides and inputs. I'm glad also to mention at this point that as a foundation, we'll be launching an alternative guide in terms of practices and bio inputs that we would like our farmers and our agriculture producers to adopt. It's going to guide them towards transitioning from use of HHPs to bio input and practices that are sustainable within the farmland. So you are invited. We'll be launching this in December 6th. There'll be a major launch in Kenya, where we are saying that we came up with this report that's quite scientific that our farmers cannot relate with. So we want to give them a popular version that they can carry and refer to be able to get some alternatives to pesticides. Allow me at this point to very quickly mention that we have had other initiatives in terms of research and publications. One was the scientific reports on pesticides in Kenyan market that we did with our partners, Coan, Biba, Rodi, and the Root to Food. We have also a series of magazines that we produce that is called Chakula Magazine that highlights the youth and other interested parties to be able to get understanding of safe food on their plate. We have some other regional-based studies like the one we did in a county called Kirinyaga and Murang'a, whereby we were able to document the pesticide use in these two counties to reflect how much abuse is going on when it comes to this kind of pesticide use. Importantly, we do a lot of media engagement for public awareness, whereby we partner with different forums. For example, like here, what you are saying, the Project Syndicate, we did one on the true practice of pesticide use in Kenya, which of course are not affordable to us. And I liked what Vera mentioned in terms of convincing language that is used to our farmers to use some of these pesticides. We heavily go to the social media. I'm inviting you to follow us on the Root to Food, and you can go there and you register. You'll be getting our updates. Go to our website, theroottofood.org, where you'll be getting information through our blog and kind of the publication. We are very active on Twitter and also on LinkedIn under the Root to Food, RTFI, Root to Food Initiative. Please, we are going to regionally. Please also join me. If you can give your number, I'll put you on our WhatsApp space. And as I mentioned earlier, please go to our Twitter space and our LinkedIn and join us. Last but not least, allow me to thank Paul, Vera, and other colleagues for giving me this opportunity to share with you our campaign in Kenya. And Vera, we are with you in this. We are in solidarity, and I would like to see how we can partner with you as Root to Food, as the Heinrich Böll Foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Warui. Now, before we go to the next presentation, who is going to be Dr. Manyilizu, I want us to break for a little bit. We will go outside, take some lunch, it's a packed lunch, and then you come back here. You continue eating while listening to Dr. Manyilizu. Dr. Manyulizi, you will eat later after you've finished presenting. So you can just start going out and take your food and then come back, and then we'll continue with another person who will be presenting. Karibuni. of Science and Technology, COSTECH in Tanzania. Dr. Manyilizu worked plan various aspects of curriculum development and teaching and adult learning method, science and technology policy, research regulation, and the production of scientific knowledge, all aim at fostering national development. Prior to current work, Dr. Manyilizu dedicated his career to investigate the health implication of pesticide exposure in humans. His work has significantly contributed to understanding of the risks associated with pesticide use and has advocated for safer practices and policies. Now let us welcome Dr. Manyilizu, who is going to present on pesticide health effects. Karibu sana. We can put our hands together for him.
Thank you very much, organizers and participants. The simplest name of mine is Bunini. The second is somehow difficult to pronounce. Before I go to health effects of exposure to pesticide, I would like to make a continuation of what the previous presenters have talked about the exposure. Before you talk about the health effects to humans, you must talk something about exposure. FAO and the WHO report that about 30% of pesticides used in developing countries, including Tanzania, are banned in European countries. 30%. And in developing countries, we use quota of all pesticides produced in the world. But the morbidity and mortality are more experienced in developing countries. About 99% of the effects resulting from exposure to pesticides are experienced in developing countries. Pesticides were designed and meant to kill pests in the agricultural industry as they destroy crops, were meant to kill pests that are nuisance to our homes, like mosquito, cockroaches, and others, but were meant to kill pesticides in construction industry, like that we see in the wood and the like, but also we find others in the environment. Humans are exposed as non-targeted recipient due to malpractice or misuse or any other bad behavior. That's when the humans are exposed to pesticides. I happen to work in Mangora in onion and the tomato farms. Mangora is in Karatu, Arusha, some years back. where the practice that predisposes to exposure is like routine. You can see people smoking while spraying in the farms. You can see some people using to drink the drainage water from the drainage systems in the onion farms. You can see behind the boy, there is an onion farm. But you also can see another one is using the same contaminated water through the drainage in the onion farms for irrigation system to wash the pawpaw. That kind of exposure to pesticides is common in areas where the pesticides are used. You can see different specific groups are exposed through occupational activities. Some are pregnant mothers. You can see a mom having a baby behind, but also small children crossing around the cabbage farm, which has been sprayed with pesticides. You can see the direct contact among mothers packing the newly harvested tomatoes, which were recently sprayed pesticide. You can see children are engaged in mixing process of the pesticides in the farm without any protection. You can see nobody there who is protected, whether using goggles or gumboots or whatever to protect the skin contact or to protect the nose and mouth. You can, these are pathways to exposure through different ways. But also, this is not only the only exposure, but also the small breastfeeding children can get the pesticides through breast milk. That's also another pathway to exposure. We see dermal contact through the skin by touching, by walking around the sprayed area through eyes. You can inhale through the mouth, nose, or you can use, you can see the mixing process which exposes them to contact. The pesticide touch the foot directly. You can see the foot wet. And again, most of people in the farms use these hats thinking as if they are protective. Actually, the materials used are woolen-like, which actually increase the absorption capacity to the skin. As to them, they think probably it's protective, but you can see somebody spraying barefooted, and you can see the reaction of skin after some time due to sequential and the concurrent exposure to pesticides. And we found that I had a chance of working for a short time in these farms and found that they are exposed on daily basis, sequentially from Monday to Friday, throughout the week, throughout the year. At the same time, despite the sequential exposure, they are concurrently exposed to many pesticides at one time because they mix several pesticides in one container for spraying, thinking that if you combine several pesticides, you are going to kill all kind of resistant pests. That's why they are sequentially and concurrently exposed to pesticides. But we don't find these studies on effects of long-term exposure, be it sequentially or concurrently or both. We don't have we don't find much of biological or specialized studies in the area where these farmers practice farming activities and get exposed. And also, I had an experience that these farm workers are not aware of many things regarding pesticide use. And the source of information is fellow farm workers, all own experience from previous years of use, but also from shops where they buy these pesticides. Another source largely from extension officers, but extension officers are very, very few in the area for them to get information. And the protection or against the exposure is very minimal. Less than 10% of sprayers have either one or two of the listed protective equipment, like he either has special gumboots or overall or has sunglasses or woolen hat, which are actually all are defective. They are not meant for protecting them from exposure to pesticides. They have different and wrong materials, because if you have overall, it has to have a certain content which protects you against exposure. But having any, for saying cotton material, that cannot be a right material for prevention, but they consider them as the protection. You can see the practice, daily practice. That person is mixing pesticides alongside the drainage system for the tomato farm. The spillover of the pesticide goes into the drainage system, and the homes are within the area that is the exposure for pesticides is very high. And you can see there are cows close to the home. These cows are exposed to pesticides almost on a daily basis because they drink water from the drainage system, and you can find several children in the afternoon taking bath in these small streams and in small swamps around. Pesticides are classified in different approaches, but the commonly known to farm workers is the one which targets the pesticides: insecticide, pesticide, fungicides, rodenticide, focusing on the target. And there are several different pesticides registered in Tanzania. I think there are more than 1,000 pesticides available in the market in Tanzania. Person from Chpe, I think, can say it specifically. But we also find several which are not registered, but they are there in the market. And the farm workers and sprayers use them. You can see the last column, some of the unregistered pesticides which are available in the market. Previous presenters have said that some of the restricted pesticides in European countries are exported to developing countries. Probably these might be some of them. And some of the pesticides have been associated with carcinogenesis. Some are endocrine, disrupt the endocrine system. You can see, if you see in the column for health effect, you can see those with C are considered to be carcinogenic. And those with CI, these are cholinogenic inhibitors. like most of the organophosphate. There are several which we see in the market, which are unregistered, but they are there in the market. The list is long. You'll have some time to see them one after the other if you have interest. But this slide, you can have that link for those of you who might be interested with the mechanism from exposure to manifestation of diseases, where one is exposed to pesticides through any pathway, whether it's respiratory system, GIT, and so all contact, how it goes into the neurons, to the synaptic space, how the cholinergic acetylcholine is accumulated in the synaptic space, where it touches the receptors on the distal part of the nerve of the neuron, where we find the muscarinic and the nicotinic receptors. They are overstimulated. Therefore, the whole nerve, the neuron is overstimulated to send information signals to different systems, be it eyes, respiration, to produce the manifestation as the effect. For those who may be interested, you can see through the YouTube the process, how the effect happens in the body following the exposure to pesticides. We have the manifestations can be divided into 3: acute, that occurs within 24 hours after exposure, where we find the point of the mechanism through nicotinic receptors and the muscarinic receptors, but some on central receptors, depending on type of the pesticide, to produce the listed manifestation, you can see. But also we have the delayed manifestation, which occurs after 24 hours of exposure to 2 weeks, where you can see the manifestation listed there. And the third group is late manifestation that occurs after 2 weeks of exposure. This slow may be a result of sequential and concurrent, but it also depends on the mechanism of the pesticide itself. Some pesticides stay for very long. Some are biodegraded after a very short time, depending on the type of pesticide to get the manifestation or the effects of exposure in the body. All systems can be affected by the pesticide as it enters into your body. These are mainly non-communicable diseases. They are categorized into either acute or chronic. For acute, you may see, you can get sneezing, flu-like symptoms and the rest, but you can have headache, conjunctivitis, and the symptoms related to eye reaction to exposure. You can have GI manifestation and so on. And the mechanism, as it has been described in the previous slide, it goes through the nicotinic and the muscarinic receptors to go to act on different systems in the body to produce the manifestations. And in Africa and developing countries, we are more affected because of malpractice, but poor protective use of protective equipment. And on chronic effects, we find exposure to pesticide has been found to cause various effects, different systems of the body. There are forms of cancers have been reported to be associated with exposure, long exposure to pesticide, birth defects because they disrupt the endocrine system, some reports have said about sterility as a result of exposure to pesticide, damage to liver, kidney, and other organs. Yeah. Actually, for example, in the areas in Tanzania and areas where I worked for a very short time, most of the pesticides that are used are organophosphates and the carbamates, but also fungicides and the herbicides, which kill magugu or weeds. And this cause actually neurotoxicity. As I said initially, that these are acetylcholine inhibitor. Acetylcholine is a neurotransmitter. As they inhibit the enzyme, that means acetylcholine is accumulated in the synaptic space, and the receptors are overstimulated to produce the manifestation I said, and they result into symptoms. They also disrupt the endocrine system, but the pesticide also cause oxidative stress, or their oxidants into the cells, and therefore they are responsible to damage the cellular component in the DNA. Therefore, they can also be linked to manifesting that result from damage of the DNA. They are also genotoxic, which is related to that, which may lead to mutation. There are several other effects as examples of result of exposure to pesticide. And the diseases which have been linked to long-term exposure to pesticides include neurological disorders, as you can see, reproductive and development disorders, as you can see, infertility, reproductive toxicity, birth defect, and development defects that occur while the baby is still in the uterus, but also after birth. There are diseases related to respiratory diseases, cancer, and so on. These are subject to further studies in our area to establish the connection, the association. Therefore, these are very good research areas for students, postgraduate. Yeah. Therefore, researchers and postgraduate students in the health sector are encouraged to make a follow-up on these areas so that you can understand the predictors in connection to the existing health problems. Some people have reported that in areas where there is the high use of pesticides, many chronic diseases like cancers and other reproductive health disorders have been reported. These are subject to work on further. And to diagnose pesticides is possible, but it needs laboratory tools. You can diagnose, you can identify and quantify pesticide through different sample matrix like blood, like urine, and so on. But you need to have relevant laboratory techniques and the tools. I'm not sure as to whether Muimbili you have all these laboratories that can detect and quantify pesticides or other chemicals like that have been presented like persistent organic pollutants. I'm not sure, probably you can be better aware of that. Sorry. Well, there are areas that need research especially biomonitoring. Given that some people live in the area where application of pesticides is very high over years, can we do something for biomonitoring to detect what is happening in the blood or other matrices in the body to establish the biomarkers of exposure? Neurotoxicity. Can we assess neurobehavioral issues by having tests through advanced neuroimaging techniques or more refined neuropsychological testing? These are areas that may need research. Genotoxicity, cancer biomarkers in the areas that we think there is high use of pesticide. Studies related to endocrine disruption, reproductive disorders, respiratory functioning, dermatological assessment, and other things. These are very important areas to make it for, rather than reading in the books, concentrating in the clinics, and forgetting the determinants of diseases and health. We should go beyond treating the patient, but also understanding the factors behind, explore, so that we can give education to the public. We have areas that we need capacity building beyond what we routinely do. We have a responsibility to have basic laboratory infrastructure. We have to provide knowledge and skills or new techniques to our human resource so that they can do something in the area of environment, toxicology, field epidemiology, and others. We know we have standard treatment for different diseases, probably including acute poisoning. Are we sure that we are providing the right treatment or management in the rural areas? It is better for those who probably close to Muhimbili and the consultant hospitals where you find specialized clinicians, but unfortunately the farms where application of pesticides is high is in the rural areas. And you may be surprised if you go to assess whether they manage the patients of acute poisoning to pesticides appropriately. You may be surprised every patient goes to the health facility with the acute poisoning symptoms, getting intravenous, normal saline, and antibiotic. You may be surprised. Why? But you are not going there. Human resources, is not trained. Just they graduate from clinical officers training center. They are located to health centers and dispensary where pesticide use is very high. You might find so many mismanagement of, but also those who are specialized in cities like Dar es Salaam, Muhimbili are so competent to manage the different types of pesticide exposure. Or they all treat them as if they are exposed to organophosphates. Capacity building is very important in many areas, but what do we do with chronic, those who present with chronic exposure, symptoms and signs? What do we do? We need something, either capacity building, but also collaborating and using a multidisciplinary approach. I'm not sure as to whether in the hospital setting or the clinical setting, we have toxicologists, we have analytical toxicology specialists, and all the specialized people for chemical exposure, symptoms and signs, and management of such disorders. because there are so many. It's not only pesticide. Pesticide is one of the chemicals that affect humans. There are many chemicals that are designed for other activities, but humans come in exposure or in contact accidentally as non-targeted. Do we know how to manage that? Do we have facilities to properly diagnose this? Multidisciplinary approach to addressing these problems is very, very important. There are so many areas for capacity building and probably integrating into a curriculum and getting focused based on what are the prevalent non-communicable problems that exist, especially those are chemical linked. Training health professionals is very important, but also remembering the human resource in the rural setting to address issues related to chemical exposure, including pesticide. There are several areas of interest for research and the capacity building. We'll share these slides and then you'll have some time for you to go through and probably may identify good topics for research. There are issues related to prevention, forest, and regulation. On preventive measures have been said about reducing the pesticide use, safeguarding, safe handling, storage, and the disposal practices. They go unchecked, unmonitored, and controlled to cause effect to population. There are several gaps for policy making, policy formulation and review, but policy making needs evidence. We researchers and the academicians need to do research so that we can feed or we can input the policy making gaps. This is very important. The policymakers cannot review without having evidence at their disposal. I've talked about the improvement of curriculum to involve beyond the clinics, something of relevance to the practice for safety of our people. There are issues of education, curriculum enhancement, prevention and advocacy, research and evidence-based practice, but also lecturers and teachers need to make projects which are relevant to fit the policy making gaps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bonini. We'll have a session of question and answer later. Now I'd like to welcome our last presenter, not in importance, that is Dr. Julius Moiselage. Dr. Moiselage graduated with MD degree from the University of Dar es Salaam, Muhas campus, currently known as Muhas, and went ahead to receive his Doctor of Philosophy degree in Occupational Epidemiology from the University of Bergen, Norway. Dr. Moiselage is currently the Executive Director of the Ocean Road Cancer Institute since 2016, overseeing the administrative, clinical training and research activity of the institute. He is an advocate for prevention of cancer related to occupational exposure and is greatly involved in programs that focus on intervention involving public education, screening and early detection in the general community and workplace. Can we put our hands together to welcome Dr. Moiselage?
Good afternoon. I'm very honored to be here to give a talk on the exposure to pesticides and cancer risk, and then we need to have a situation in Tanzania. So I'll be very quick in my slides because most of the information which I wanted to present have been talked about in the previous presenters. Again, I want to thank my colleague, Dr. Verangoy, for inviting me to be part of this symposium. So this is the outline of my presentation. So we find that I may skip some of the slides because of the information already presented earlier today. Just a background, as we have heard in the morning about what are pesticides. So these are substances which are needed to prevent, destroy, or control pests in agriculture or domestic animals or even human beings. We have seen for example, from mosquitoes. So basically, they are toxic agents. So we've seen this from the previous presenters. So I'll be very quick, but we have several categories of the pesticides. Again, Dr. Bunini has mentioned some of the categories which are being used in terms of pesticides. So this is just the background of the pesticides. We have been using pesticides as human beings for many years, since 1860s. They're very toxic. The arsenic compounds were being used, but they were banned in the early 1990s. Then we have the second generation, which are the organic compounds, which are being used with several modifications which have been done, which we are currently using. Most of these pesticides are organic compounds. So they are basically used in order to increase agriculture, but also to protect the stored crops. But the last bullet, this is wanted to emphasize that extensive use has serious consequences on human health and environment. So when you have extensive use of pesticides, they have good use, but the extensive use can have this consequence to human health. So there was this study which was done by Nicholas et al. And published in 2022, which trying to document the effect of pesticide exposure to NCDs in Tanzania. But in the paper, they also presented some of the pesticides which we are using here in Tanzania. So you can see, as Bunini has mentioned, there are more than 1,000 pesticides which are registered in the country, but majority of them, they are insecticides, which are the ones which are used even in our farms, and agriculture. So we have this one, but also, as previous presenter has mentioned, they are controlled. There's controlling of pesticides, but how much is the effort to control their use is, again, maybe we'll hear them in the afternoon, but we know they are controlled. But basically, the active ingredients are the one which can cause to ill effects to human being. And one of the areas is on cancer, which will be my topic today. This is just to highlight the impact of pesticide. As I mentioned, they increase the yield of crops, which are good. They also prevent death, again, in the second bullet, because you can control insect-borne diseases. So even the economic aspect of pesticides are okay. But however, they are very, very bad for the environment and also to the animals, but also to the food, which, to us human beings. So pesticides have some good, but also bad aspects of it. So the exposure which can occur, as Bunini has mentioned, is through the foods. This can be through the large and small scale farmers. I'll touch a little bit later on the small scale farmers, because when you have small scale farmers, they use pesticides, but the challenge is on the residue which remain on the food. So the exposure can also occur due to direct ingestion to the food, but also the indirect through animals which they feed on these plants. Then you can get also exposure to the pesticides, but also, again, the last bullet is the occupational exposures, particularly the farmers, especially when they are preparing. We've seen from Bunini preparing, also spraying their fields, or even the houses, you can have exposure to the pesticides. So the International Agency for Research on Cancer usually publish reports, especially on the risks for cancer. So one of the publications in 2017, they concluded in a number of pesticides which were evaluated that there are some pesticides which probably carcinogenic to humans, but others which are carcinogenic, possibly carcinogenic to humans. So this is a group of carcinogens which can cause cancer. There are about 6 of them which were part of that publication. So what the mechanism, as we've heard in the previous presentation, this is on the left side of my slide. Usually they cause problems in the genes. So pesticide exposure to cause carcinogenesis, usually genetic disease. So it can be direct or indirect to cause cancer. I'm not going to go into detail because of the time, because we know that the cancer can be caused by pesticide, either directly or indirectly. So again, this is a mechanism, as I mentioned, is not known because we need a number of factors. Basically, exposure from pesticide to causing cancer takes time, only 15 to 20 years. So usually studies have not done well, especially in humans, trying to find the actual cause. So again, Bulin has mentioned the reactive oxygen species. This is one of the areas leading to oxidative stress, and this can also damage the DNA, but also epigenetic changes. So as I mentioned, cancer is multifactorial disease. So pesticide can cause epigenetic changes. Epigenetic, this can be reversible changes in our DNA. But if other factors come in, then it will be possible for that for those cells to change into cancerous change. So again, pesticides can be promoters of cancer development. So this study, which was done by Cavaria in 2022, which was published in the International Journal of Cancer, is trying to, this was evaluating some of the studies which trying to show the association between pesticide and cancer. There were many, about 150 studies, but only 63 were included in this evaluation. So they're trying to see the causal relationship between pesticide and cancer. So you can find the use of several criteria: temporality, consistency, strength, plausibility, coherence, and specificity. But there are still gaps in the research, especially in relation between pesticide and cancer. But basically, they found that the good relationship between pesticide use and cancer. Although the picture on the right side, it shows that not all the studies had biomarker monitoring, because we need biomarkers in order to have this causal relationship. But colorectal cancer, prostate cancer, and lymphoma were associated in most of these studies, trying to link cancer and pesticide. So this study agreed that pesticide can cause cancer. This was reported in India. Also, they had published a report trying to find the relationship between cancer and pesticide. So they found maybe around 7 cancer types were related to pesticide: breast cancer, lung cancer, prostate, colorectal, non-Hodgkin lymphoma, liver cancer, and thyroid cancer. So this studies which have showed the relationship between pesticide and cancer. But again, there's some limitation in some of these studies because of the exposure assessment. But still, you find the association in these studies. Again, this is a comprehensive study which was done in the US and published this year, in July this year. Assessment of pesticide use, but also the risk of cancer. They performed pesticide use in several counties in the US, but also they used in the confounders. The previous study was not looking much in the confounders, but this is looking in the socioeconomic status, smoking, but also the agricultural land use. The more land you use for agriculture, the more exposure you are with the pesticides. So the main finding, this is on the third bullet, that the findings show that the impact of pesticide use on cancer might rival smoking. So pesticide use can also cause cancer, the same as smoking, which is advocated worldwide. But the initiative to ban pesticide use is not comparable to what is related to smoking. I'll just present some slides. So this is just trying to see what cancer types which they found as relationship with the pesticide use, adjusted for confounders. As I mentioned, so there's bladder cancer, colon cancer, leukemia, lung cancer, lymphoma, and pancreatic cancer. So these are the cancer which they found that can be related to pesticide use and also adjusted for land use, but also smoking and also socioeconomic status. So this is a good slide, which if you, although it is very congested, but you can find on the left side, particularly on the topmost table. On the left side, these are the effects. You can find as smoking, controlled agriculture use, total population, but also the last one is agriculture pesticide use. And then you have for all cancer and then the different cancer types. So the red color shows the significant relationship between the parameter or variable and the type of cancer. So you can find for pesticide use, all the cancers were significantly related to the pesticide use. So this was the study in US, but also the second item, I mean the second from the top is the smoking use. Smoking again was related to this type of cancer. So you can find that cancer can be caused by pesticides. This is a figure of cancer worldwide. You can see, I'm not go into detail in this one, but you can see 6 of the leading cancer worldwide might be. I said the word might be caused by pesticides. What the situation in Tanzania? Again, I'm not going to go into detail on this one, but again, most of the population are in the rural areas, and most of them, they use agriculture as one of the economic activities. So this is a quota of our cancer types we see at Ocean Road. So this is the statistic from July to September of this year, Q1 of, we use financial year, so this is from July to September. We saw a total of 3,240. These are the new cancer. So these are only new. You can find, even among the leading cancer at our facility, there are some cancers which can be caused by pesticides. The head and neck, so here we group a number of head and neck cancers, esophagus, colorectal, prostate, leukemia are there, even the thyroid. So 6 of the 10 cancers might be caused by pesticide use, but again, this is not a scientific study, but just the correlation which can be done to see the effect of pesticide. The light side is we have more women than male in our operation for cancer at our facility. 73% of the cancer patients are women, and only 27 are men. The lower bullet shows this is a trend of the whole. This is the new and follow-up. So you can see we have an increasing trend of cancer at our facility. About 70,000 patients we see in a year. Some are follow-up, but new, we have about 10,000 new cases at our facility. So again, this is a study which was done at our facility and published by our colleague, Luko Molenge. Here, they try to see the occupation of the cancer patients, especially those with esophageal and head and neck cancer. You can see agriculture workers contribute about 45% for males in the head and neck cancers, but again, about 52% for female cancer. This is for the head and neck cancers. Esophageal might resemble about 50% were agricultural workers. And we've seen even in the previous presentation that agriculture is one of the major sources of exposure. So these are the ones who are working in the agriculture. So might be related, but we do not go into causal relationship, but you can see that agriculture are one of the big population of our cancer patients, agriculture workers. So this is another study. Again, my colleague Bunini, who was presented here, they did again a study in the northern zone, trying to find long-term pesticide use and biological parameters in female farm workers. You can see, I'm not going to go into detail, but they found derangements in the white blood cells and platelets in the exposed compared to the reference population. So long-term agriculture use can also have effects on bone marrow. And we've seen that one of the cancers which can be caused by pesticide use is leukemia. So although they didn't go into detail to look into the disease, because as I mentioned, cancer takes time to occur, but you can see also there's also effects in the bone marrow in relation to pesticide use. So this is the data now for the whole of Tanzania. We see around 44 45,000 new cases in the country. These are registered in some of the zonal hospital registries. So only 33% of the estimated cases are registered in our hospitals, but there's no scientific study which is done to find the relations between cancer and pesticide. So, but we know that there are possibilities of some of the cancer types to occur because of the pesticide exposure. I'm not touching on this one. Maybe I'll go to this one. I'm going to the end of my presentation. So this is a type of cancer which are leading 33 cancer leading in our country. This is based on our statistics for 2022. Of the 33 leading cancers, 16 are related to pesticide use. Might be caused by pesticide because they are related to pesticide use based on the studies which have been done before. The prostate cancer, breast, esophageal, colorectal, stomach, bladder, liver, lymphoma, lung, oral cancers, laryngeal cancer, pharyngeal, pancreas, leukemia, and so forth. So there might be a relationship, but no scientific study which has been done. And this, again, I echo what Bunini has mentioned. This can be an area where students at our facilities at the university can study more, especially pesticide use and cancer. So just to conclude that cancer is increasing in our countries because of the several factors, but one of the factors is occupational exposures. Pesticide is one of the important risk factors. We need to control it. Preventive measures, Bunini has mentioned, are very important that we can limit or control to the population, either to the workers or even to the communities, because of those residual remains in the crops. But again, systematic assessment of causal effects in Tanzania need to be conducted. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We can put our hands together for Dr. Moisalage once again. Now we'll have a short session, a maximum 20 minutes of questions and discussion. And I would like to ask the presenter, can you put 5 chairs in front? I'd like to ask the presenter to come in front. And then also ask Dr. Hussein Mwanga to come and moderate this session. I would like to ask Dr. Vera Mgoy to come in front, Dr. Natalie Jas, Dr. Harumi Warui, Dr. Wilbert Bunini, and Dr. Julius Moisalage to come in front. And then let me welcome Dr. Hussein Mwanga to come and moderate this session.
Right. Good afternoon. You know, when you have lunch and then this time, you can start sleeping, so we need to make it more interactive. So we'll have a panel discussion just a bit later on. So this session is just meant for a very few quick questions to the presenters, but we'll have enough time for panel discussion. So if you have any quick question or a comment, the presenters, you are most welcome. Yes. Okay.
My question is to the guy from Cancer Center. For us people in agriculture, we really depend to them to remove the word probably, because we see the increase in cancer and they are still using the word probably. And even the smoking has gone down in this country. The drinking is not that bad that can cause cancer. We want to see how they can help us to remove that word probably, because by the time we are able to remove that, we will all be gone. I'm coming from Zanzibar. I'm told that you are getting more of us into the center these days. I don't know how far that is true, but that is also really frightening me. There are not many smokers. There are no factories. There are no mining, but we are really, really bad in spraying, especially for the horticulture products that are eaten raw. The tomatoes and watermelon, we wash them with chemicals and then we are eating. Can you help us, together with the Muhas for the students, to get the research done to say it is? We know it takes time before cancer manifests, but the direction or the markers are too many to be called probably.
Thank you. We'll take some few questions and then we'll start getting the responses. Can I get the mic? Do we have another mic? Okay. I have how many hands? There's one here, two, then 3, 4, and 5. So these are be the last ones because we'll have enough time for panel discussion. Okay, we can start here.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question goes to the guy from Kenya. He mentioned that in Kenya, they have almost 310 pesticide products and the 33% are HHPs. So I'm really confused. Are these your products or active ingredient? And because we're really confused between the criteria for HHPs on products or active ingredient. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my question is out of curiosity to all the panelists. I'm wondering whether we have any indigenous methods of dealing with, or traditional methods of dealing with pests and insects. And if there is there a way that those traditional and indigenous methods can be strengthened to deal with this problem of pests and insects so that we can do away with this problem of cancers and etc. Thank you.
Okay, and then we have another hand here. You know, it's just a short session, eh? We'll have time for panel discussion.
Oh,
yes,
should I leave mine for panel discussion?
Yes, yes. If you think it will relate to the panelists, do you want to ask the presenters or okay? Then go ahead.
Okay, thank you for your presentations, all of you. My first question goes to Vera. When I was listening to you, I felt you didn't touch on anything to do with the traditional systems of maybe killing those insects, and also the traditional crops and seeds that used to be, and they never needed insecticides. So what do you have to say on that? And the next one was on the misuse of insecticides. I think we should have more studies on misuse of insecticides, because maybe they are causing a lot of resistance to even the insecticides we are using, like how the antimicrobicides come into and then they become resistant. And then lastly, the double standard, it becomes worse. Natalie, you talked of the double standards at the global level, but even at the enforcement level, is quite a problem. They will catch the small fish and leave the big fish. And then lastly, going beyond treatment. We are late. I don't know who presented that we should go beyond treatment, because people in the village do not understand. They think it is witchcraft. They don't drink, they don't smoke, but they develop cancer of the throat. So they think maybe it is witchcraft. Thank you.
Thank you. And then can we have, yeah? Yes.
Thank you. Let me also take this opportunity to thank all the presenters. Mine is informing. During the presentation, Dr. Bunini asked whether we do have the capacity of testing to understand all this, to identify types of pests that are being contaminated to our people, and whether there are laboratory capacity. The government chemistry laboratory authority have capacity of testing both chemicals and the blood and the urine samples to identify this kind of pests. I do also agree with his recommendation of doing biomonitoring, and I think OSHA can take that opportunity to see how to help our people. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Henda, and the last one will be here.
Thank you. I have one question. Given the increased use of pesticide in East Africa, how can we balance the immediate need of agricultural productivity with the long-term health and environmental consequence of pesticide exposure, particularly in rural communities with limited access to healthcare and education?
Okay, so personally, I'm grateful for the knowledge, but then I would wish to ask, from the knowledge you gave us, it seems that pesticides are harmful to us and the environment at large. So are there alternatives that can help us, instead of using the pesticides that are harmful, we can use things that can destroy pests but not bring harm to us and the environment?
Sure, I think it's time for the presenters to respond. Okay. So who wants to start? Okay.
Thank you. Let me remind you, my name is Haron, and I'm from Kenya, working with the Heinrich Ball Foundation, which is the foundation for the Green Party of Germany. Yes, there's a colleague who has asked the issue of whether we were focusing on active ingredient of products when we talked about 310 products. You see, in terms of what we call a pesticide, it could be having 1, 2, or more active ingredients. So whichever product you are mentioning is at least one of the active ingredients is a highly hazardous pesticide. So that's where we talked about products being the carrier for those active ingredients that are highly hazardous. Then my colleague from Kenya about the traditional methods that can be used to handle pests and diseases, and I'll combine my sister where she talked about alternative to pests, and I'll combine those two questions. That's where we talk about organic farming or agroecology farming practices. These practices are actually founded on principles of traditional farming, whereby our forefathers never used to provide any of the pesticides and were producing food that was sufficient. I won't use that word sufficient to meet their nutritional and extra needs that could be, in quotes, subsistence, not economical. So they could get their food, and the surplus they could barter trade so that they can have what they don't have. Don't you think that was the same business we are doing today, but commercialized? Who is commercializing? The industry. Because the message we are getting is not, we are not producing enough for ourselves. Creating the dependency and packaging in a way we want to hear because we already commercialized. You get the point. We are so commercial, especially, let me talk from where we come from with my brother from Kenya and also another colleague of mine. We are so commercial that we want to see even agriculture from that perspective, where we don't even want to feed ourselves, we want to sell first. So out of that, we continue using inputs that are toxic so that we can meet what we are told, but not what we know. What we know is feeding ourselves, then we sell the surplus. So does it mean that we can feed ourselves with practices that are friendly to our health and friendly to the environment? We can make up for our needs. So just to summarize, so that my colleagues can come in, is that we have got practices that are very much friendly to our food production, and these practices are in terms of inputs, where we do biological inputs. But we say, before even you come to the biological inputs, have practices that are friendly to the soil and that are friendly to the environment. These practices are very well, we can talk about companion planting, rotational planting, in the case of leguminous plants, and then in addition to that, we can provide other requirements for the crops through bio inputs, may it be in terms of biofertilizers or biopesticides. I think I'll mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have one question which I need to clarify. There's this question which asks about the use of the word probably, and also she also informed that there's cancer patients who are increasing in Zanzibar, and might be due to pesticide because they don't smoke, they don't have any other risk factors, and then they are most coming to Tanzania. So I use the word probably in some of my slides. One was from the IAC report. You know, IAC, they usually review all the studies which have been done worldwide, trying to see association between risk factors and disease, particularly cancer. And then they issue a report trying to inform the scientific community and other policymakers. So as I mentioned in my presentation, they categorize some of the pesticides being probably, but also possibly. And this is because of the confounding effects of pesticide, but also other factors which can lead to cancer. For example, that's why even my slide, which I present the type of cancer we're leading in Tanzania, and I said might be caused by pesticide, is because we've not done a systematic study trying to find a causal relationship. The causal relationship, as we know, even based from the criteria, we should inform that the cause, meaning the exposure, should lead to cancer. So this should be a very systematic study. And this I urge my academia here. Maybe we need now to conduct a systematic study, which can also inform in our country the cause effects of pesticides. For example, I can just give an example of breast cancer, which we have in some of the reports might be related to pesticide, but we know breast cancer is also related to other cancers, to other risk factors because of the hormonal factors. So that's why you cannot say only pesticide, the one which is leading to breast cancer, because there are other factors. So we need to control to all these factors. So when we have a causal effect relationship, then we can be sure to pinpoint that pesticide can lead to cancer. But there are studies which have been done. That's why we should not just keep quiet that, no, because there's no cause-effect relationship, then we should keep quiet. No, we need to advocate for controlling this pesticide, because as I mentioned, probably they might cause cancer. But because we've not done that study, that's why we cannot we cannot for sure say this is cause cancer. There's a big study or big report which was coming from the US because of the Monsanto company, which we used to manufacture Roundup, which was used to kill weeds, especially to GMO. And this suite where they had to pay around $100 million to some of cancer patients, because they had this case which they said they had lung cancer and lymphoma, which they said it was caused by Roundup pesticide. So yes, it can be. It might not be direct like that. We depend on IAC, International Agency for Research on Cancer. This is the international body under the WHO, which categorize different risk factors, even pesticide, to say they cause cancer. For them, they say probably, possibly. So for me, I cannot say yes, it is a dialect, but yes, we need to do study in our country because of the increased exposures we've seen in reports. Some pesticides are banned in other countries. We are using them. The exposure in our country might be different to what we've seen in other countries because they don't use protective gears compared to other countries. They use protective gear, but still they have cancer. So we need to do more study in this, and I urge my academia to work on this.
Thank you. I just would like to make 2 points. First, on alternatives. There are lots of alternatives, but I am working in an institution who do lots of research on alternatives. And one to pesticides, and one thing is what is important is that alternatives works, but they need to be adapted to the local conditions where you deploy them. And this needs lots of skills and needs lots of advice. And it means advisors that are trained and to understand the local conditions. And you need to adapt. And sometimes something which will work in an area 10 kilometers away, it won't work like this. You need to have lots of strategy. Another point that what was made is that you can lower quite a lot, or by at least 30%, use of pesticides, so sometimes more, without affecting the productivity. So to lower is something you can do. And in African countries, and I don't know about Tanzania, but in other African countries, especially in vegetables, it has been shown that too many pesticides were used, and it has a contrary effect to reduce the productivity because you use too much and not the right one. So there is an importance, a real importance to have independent agricultural advisory services, which are, and with people who are trained and knows the local condition and who are trained to work with farmers. I think it's very key. And when I was talking about infrastructure, it is also not only medical, etc. It's also to advise the independent advice. When I say independent, it's from independent from agricultural firm and also pesticides or seeds or fertilizers companies, because they all have interest in making people using a lot. So whether you want to diminish a lot to have the right one, etc., or that you want to get rid of them, you need a lot of support. And the second, and you need also research, for instance, in tools which are adapted to African small-scale farmers in Africa. There are lots of, and this is not done, and there are lots of need like this. And my second point is about, I've done lots of research, interdisciplinary research on protective equipment in Europe. And they are not, even they are far better than what you have here. They may increase exposure. And so I see again and again that it could be the solutions. My guess, not always, but in many cases, it won't be the solutions. And the fact is, you need effective, and what is effective when you have tests, even in Europe, they are not effective against all pesticides. And you can't worry it under hot weather. With damp weather, and hot weather, it may increase for different reasons exposure. You need to change them very often, so it's very expensive. Who will pay for that? And it became waste, toxic waste. What you do with toxic waste in countries where you don't have any facilities to dispose toxic waste. So it needs to be considered that I remember when people are doing prevention, this is the last solution. The first one is to remove the danger, and then to have organize the work collectively to limit exposure. So you have other things to do. So that was and just the last point is that you can't to remove the possible link. You will never have a strong the definitive link, but in other places you can decide that, for instance, if you have worked a long time with pesticides, or I don't know, 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, and you have certain type of cancer. This is what is done in France. Because they are really high risk to develop a cancer when you work to pesticides, for instance, prostatic cancer or this type. You assume, you make the decision as a regulatory body that it is linked to your work. And in France now, there is also for the children who get certain blood cancer, for instance, there are of people working in agriculture. It is recognized by the regulation that the cancer comes from their parents, whether the father or the mother, because they both can influence that. And so this is a regulator. You won't have as an individual to prove that your child is sick because of pesticide if you work, we have been working on in agriculture. So I think you can decide as a regulatory body that certain type of disease, because they're of higher prevalence when being exposed to pesticides on a regular basis, are linked to without proof for each individual that this is the real cause, because it's impossible. You will always find something which might cast a doubt.
I'll be brief. There's somebody who was, of course, the traditional systems, you have tackled them, but I just wanted to say there are a lot of alternatives, and we have an example. In Tanzania, we are I think in Africa, we are the 5th largest producer of organic cotton. We export organic cotton in Tanzania. But whenever you see somebody on media talking about cotton pests, they are there carrying knapsack sprayers, advising farmers on how to spray and all this. You don't hear them talking about there being a way of growing cotton without using pesticides. And they are grown in Simiyu, in Singida, and all these places. Organic cotton, we are the 5th largest producer of organic cotton. So this is the politics I was talking about. There's a lot of propaganda to promote pesticide use, but when you look at the agricultural policy report, it is only 27% of farmers in this country who are using pesticides. There's about more than 70% who are not using pesticides because they cannot afford these pesticides, or the pesticides are not available for them. So how are these people surviving? We need to go to this 70% and start promoting the agriculture and modernizing it to improve productivity using the methods that they're using, which I believe they are organic. So thank you.
Okay, I think the presenters have responded to almost all the questions, but we have questions from the online platform. So I'll ask Protas to read them out.
Okay, we have a question from Dr. Bukalasa. I appreciate the insight shared today by Dr. Moiselage. However, I've noticed that there appears to be a lack of research-specific link between pesticide exposure and cancer within Tanzania, given the widespread use of pesticides in the agricultural sector and the potential health risks involved, especially cancer. This is a critical area that could benefit from focused studies Research in this area would not only help us understand the local implications of pesticide exposure, but could also guide evidence-based policy to protect public health and the environment. It would be valuable to explore opportunities or collaborations to address this gap in our knowledge. And also, we have a question from Afman Malende from Mzumbe. My question goes to Dr. Bunini. Currently, farmers use pesticides in tomato and green vegetables and fruits, sometimes as preservatives. What is the actual interval that someone has to wait for the time he or she uses pesticides before sending her product to the market or consumer? Is there any role of regulatory authorities such as the MDA to prevent this? These are the questions which are posed online, but one will be forwarded to the plenary discussion. Thank you.
May I ask?
I think the question which was asked through the online platform, I think it echoes what we've been discussing here, that we need more research in order to understand the relationship between pesticide use and cancer cases and health effects. So we take that recommendation that we'll take it forward as one of the resolution of this meeting, that we need to do more research in terms of pesticide use and cancer risk. Yeah.
I would like to respond to a question directed to me by Mr. Athmani Malende from Zumbe about the interval from spraying to use of the vegetable. He said there are people who use vegetables from the farms which are being sprayed. What interval? Yeah, the interval should range from 1 week up to 2 weeks from the day of spraying. But the principle behind is the half-life and the residues on the vegetables you are consuming. Most of the pesticides that are used, commonly used, are biodegraded due to exposure to sunlight or something within 2 weeks. Most of the commonly used pesticides are no longer available on the leaves or the tomato. You can use them for kachumbari, commonly we say in English salad. Yeah, but the practice probably is not that way. Usually, the farmers and sprayers are interested with money from the tomato or the vegetables. Therefore, it may be sprayed today and they go to the market within 2 or 3 days, sometimes probably 1 day. Yeah, that's the practice. You know, theory is sometimes different to reality. Therefore, it is upon the public to be sensitive to their health so that whatever comes to their table must have gone through the correct and safe process in the kitchen. Washing thoroughly, using the running water, make it okay to make it salad or to go anywhere. Because at that point in time, if it was sprayed 2 or 3 days ago, the residues of the pesticide still there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I want to say something. Oh, no? Okay. Okay. So I think now thank you very much.
Now, in Kenya, we are having a study that we are commissioned with the Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, that's KOAN. And this study, what we want to do is to look for practices that we carry out in kitchen that can support in reducing the residue of these pesticides in our food. Through literature, we have realized practices like what my colleague has mentioned about washing with running water, like from the tap, washing with sodium bicarbonate, washing with alkaline water, washing with vinegar, whether they can work. And we want to do quite an empirical study that we are going to look at the amount of pesticide that is reduced in kales, onions, and tomatoes. Also want to add spinach. These are the crops that we identified in that study I mentioned had the high amount of residue in terms of usage, because farmers for this crop, they use a lot of pesticides. So we want to see how much this practice can reduce so that we can help our households with recommendation regimes that if it's tomatoes, you go for this practice, you are going to help by these percentages. Some have shown that from the literature that you can reduce as much as 75%, but these are the contracts, of course, not systemic, but at least would have solved some of these challenges. Thank you.
I just want to make a few running comments, just to chip in. Concerning the lady's concern about the carcinogenic effects of pesticides, whether we can move forward from the word probably and possibly to saying that these are carcinogenic. I think in carcinogenesis, or what we call oncogenesis as well, the one component of carcinogenesis is called chemical carcinogenesis. And in chemical carcinogenesis, there are chemical compounds which are known to cause cancer. So one of the easiest ways to establish is whether to check inside these pesticides, whether we can find some of these chemical residues or molecules which are known to cause cancer, whether they can be found inside the pesticide. And then we don't have to use the word probably or possibly, because then we know, because you can have a big name of a pesticide, but inside it, there is let's say a chemical which can cause methylation of DNA. It can cause and then cause cancer, create the reactive oxygen species for that matter. So, because otherwise you ideally, theoretically, which is not ethical, you needed to give, you take two groups of people, some of them you expose to a carcinogen, others you don't expose, and wait after some years to see how many develop cancer and how many whatever, which cannot be done. You see? But since we know which chemicals cause cancer, can we find these chemicals in the pesticide? That is one of the things. But also maybe some of them are not yet established. Then we can do this test in animal models, where we will have a lot of leeway in how to conduct the research. That is one thing. And then regarding vegetables, whatever, culture, food consumption, on one side you have the pesticides, on another side you have pollutants from the atmosphere, including lead poisoning. You have farms which are close to roads, which are exposed to lead from motor vehicles which are using, maybe using fuel which is not unleaded. And so you may have some toxic fumes or pollutants from the atmosphere as well, adding up to the pesticides and compounding the effect. We need to take them also into consideration. But also, then we talk of One Health. One Health is where human health and animal health meet together. And so my colleague was talking about you spray pesticides, and then maybe after 2 weeks, the vegetables are safe for consumption. But maybe before the 2 weeks, maybe within 1 day or two, the cows and the goats and the other herbivores consume plants which have been sprayed, or even consume the water which has got pesticides. And then you get visitors, you slaughter a goat which has eaten vegetables or consumed pesticides which were recently, which are not biodegraded for that matter, which are still fresh. And so we can get some of these also from animals that we consume or that we interact with, either the animals themselves or the animal products. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Because we're running out of time, we'll have now time for panel discussion. So I'm now handing over to the MC. And thank you very much, presenters.
Thank you very much for presenters. Truly we're running out of time, but we have a panel discussion. There are a number of people who are supposed to be in the panel discussion. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if everyone is here. So if I call you representing somebody, please come forward. The first one is here, representing the Director of Preventive Services, Tafadhali Nova Ujibele. That's the first one. The second one, representing the Chief Government Chemist. I'm not sure if he's around. Representing. Yes, thank you. And then the other one is from the Director of Animal Disease Control. Director, if it's the director or representing the Director of Animal Disease Control. Another one is a representation from the National Institute for Medical Research, NIMRI. Can you please come in front and sit? If I call you, please come in front and sit. If I call you, you can come and sit. The representation from the National Institute for Medical Research. The other one is represented from Vice President's Office, Division of Environment. If you're present, please. Representative from the Vice President's Office, Division of Environment. The other one is a presentation from the, it's a director from Muhimbili National Hospital. Representation or director from Muhimbili National Hospital, representing the Muhimbili National Hospital. The other one is the Occupational Safety and Health Authority, OSHA. Somebody from OSHA. And other is from Agenda. Is anybody from Agenda? Yes. From OSHA, I'm not sure if it's there. And then the other one is Tanzania Organic Agriculture Movement. And then there's representative of Pama. Yes, Karibu. Yeah, this is the representative of Pama. I think I have all the people that are supposed to be here. And I would also like to welcome the chairperson of this session, who is Dr. Khadija Malima. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Good afternoon, everyone. Since we've had a mix of who will be representing who, I would like to invite first the panelists to just introduce themselves. It's important that we know the name and where you're coming from. We'll start from here.
Majina naitwa Joseph Upanga, natoka shirikisho la wakulima na wafugaji Tanzania, Shiwaputa. We are working in Tanzania in 15 regions.
Mchana. My name is Joseph
Irago from the Ministry of Health, Department of Preventive Services, the section of environmental health.
My name is Daniel Indio, the Director of Chemical Management of the Chemical Laboratory Authority, the responsibility of managing chemicals in the country. And probably in a few days will be on public hearing. Get me? My name is Daniel William Dio. I'm from the Government Chemistry Laboratory Authority. I'm the Director of Chemicals. And I also have the privilege to represent the country and the African region as a member of the Chemical Review Committee of the Rotterdam Convention.
My name is Rafael Mwezi. I'm coming from Tanzania Plant Health and Pesticide Authority. It's a pesticide regulatory authority here in Tanzania. I'm specialized on looking the effects of pesticide to human health. Thank you very much. Habari za mchana. I am Dr. Geoffrey Omach. I come from Tanzania Veterinary Laboratory Agency under the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. I'm the manager for Central Veterinary Laboratory, and I'm representing the director for animal diseases control in the country. TVLA is working on the regulation of veterinary pesticides in the country, and that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Matima Juma. For this event, I come in as a chair for Tanzania Organic Agriculture Movement, an umbrella organization with all stakeholders related in the agenda of pushing organic agriculture, agroecology, regeneration.
Good afternoon. I'm Silvan Mwanya, representing Agenda for Environment and Responsible Development, NGO based in Tanzania, and Agenda is coordinating two international NGO networks. One is IPEN, International Pollutants Elimination Network, and the Pesticide Action Network in the of Africa. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Oh, Karibu Daktari.
Thank you. I was sitting at the back end. Yandala Sintingia is my name, and I represent the NIMRI Director General. I serve as the Director of Research for the institute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. And we see that in front of us there's only one lady. Oh, no. I think being old is a relative term and everybody interprets it differently. Because we only have one lady there, I'm going to give her the first priority. Dr. Motima, is it possible to control pests without using pesticides? Someone had asked that, and we want you to tell us what are the alternatives.
Thank you very much, moderator. That is very, very, very possible, and it is happening. But to answer that, I just want to ask people to get back to ourselves. How did we get to be here when we are talking now that we cannot do farming without pesticide? How did we get to this situation? Apart from those other pesticides that have been used in a long time, but most of the issues of pesticide, the dangerous one, they started after the Second World War. At the end of the war, there were all these ingredients which were used to kill, we were using them in the war to kill ourselves. I think you still remember the Agent Orange and all the chemicals and all the heavy machinery. People now we are done with these wars. The Second World War is finished. The Vietnam War is finished. What do? Then we say, because they are killing, then let's use them into the agriculture. That's when, unfortunately, agriculture become the culprit for the chemicals. The chemical industries, the multinational people, they see the business. In the 60s, in the 50s, a lot of money has been spent on us to be trained, to be modern, to go with the conventional, to grow monoculture, to feed ourselves more than what even we are feeding ourselves. All that narration, we did not realize at that time. Our soils were good. So people went to Iowa, went to Wisconsin, went to all these universities, and the teaching there was NP and K and how to use it. So by the time we came back, in the beginning of the years, we see things are happening, but we are not realizing what is the effect of that. The variety that we are using demand that chemical because they are meant for that pest. It becomes a good business. And now people are in that business and they don't want to get out of it. But yes, there are so many other ways to shorten that one. There are so many other ways that we can reduce that with the killing of two birds with one stone. If we remove the monoculture, we increase biodiversity. If we increase biodiversity, pests, they don't like to come to your hybrid crops. After all, they don't even taste better. But you clear everything. You leave only one variety. What do you expect? And killing has been going on. I have my neighbor who is conventional, and I say, you have been killing these guys. And if it is really working, why they are still here? This is a trap. This is a really business trap. This is economic trap. This is a political agenda. These people are putting a lot of money to make sure that our countries in Africa, they will remain to be market. You could see the Americans, the Europeans, they come here, they want to support you to put up a good hospital that can test cancer. Nobody is putting effort to try to see where is this cancer coming from. How can a developed country at this level, we still have probability and people are dying with cancer? Recently, our young guy, Audax, died of cancer. My mind is, Audax went into production tomatoes. I'm surprised. I think why we are allowing this is politics, is business. And these people, if we're not careful, they will never let us because in their countries, they are being pushed out, but the market has to continue and they're coming here. And we are still having even the most dangerous. What is stopping us to remove it? You can do crop rotation. I don't want to repeat that because the Arun here has talked a lot about what is happening in organic. Come to Zanzibar, visit my organic farm. It is producing and I'm selling and I'm making money out of it without using poison. Thank you, Aline.
Thank you very much. But I think
the way you are looking at me, you are telling me like, stop. Or
yeah,
should I continue?
No. I want you, what we really wanted for you to talk and make so much noise about is the alternatives. Because people are lacking alternatives.
Alternatives.
You mentioned one, crop rotation.
Let me tell you that. We have been in TOAM and we have been fighting and pushing and teaching farmers. Now we say it is the consumers that we need to give them that don't agree, question, and then the farmer maybe will change because that's what is happening in Europe. So here for me to talk again about crop rotation, about companion crops, about giving a boundary, about physically, about it, nampigia mbuzi guitar. And what we have found out now is we have to make a case for consumer. And this symposium to me will be very helpful for consumer. Consumer, they should go to the market and smell the chicha. And they say, you spray it. If they say that, the vendor will tell the farmer, watu wanaanza kushtuka huku. Wakulima wanaanza kutaka kutuua. Now the policy is, unatakiwa wewe mlaji, you should know what you are eating, what it has eaten. Don't just get a chicken. Ask yourself, with this chicken, what it has eaten? Hormone pills, what it has eaten, that's what you are. So for the question of what is alternative, don't push to the farmers because the politicians are making money into this chemical business. The multinational companies are making money. The poor farmers, we will talk to them. Now, and then you are pushing the chemical right at their doorstep. You are subsidizing the chemicals. You are doing all those things. You are telling them that this is working. It doesn't work.
Thank you.
Consumers.
Thank you. So then we expect now the biggest noise should come out of here. We need to teach the consumers what are they smelling from their vegetables and tomatoes and so. Thank you very much, Dr. Matima. I think we're going to have an open ear for that noise for us because we're eating everything right now. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Dr. Joseph from the Ministry of Health. We have two Josephs, but this is Dr. Joseph from the Ministry of Health. And because of the presentations, we found that some of the questions have been overpassed with time. So I'm going to ask, how are we implementing cautionary preventive interventions based on the evidence from elsewhere? Dr. Joseph. How is the Ministry of Health implementing cautionary preventive interventions based on evidence from somewhere? Because we also heard that we do not have adequate evidence to pinpoint the causative problems in our health system. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. As I said, my name is Joseph, not a doctor. We have talked about the precautionary issue of the pesticide. It is evident that pesticides have the effect to the consumers of products that have been produced based on the use of pesticides. Here it comes into two issues that the Ministry of Health being responsible for health issues, but there is an organization, the other institution that control the registration, importation, and others for the pesticide. So it's for the two ministries, the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Agriculture, to come together and then agree on if it is possible to address the public on various health effects of the use of pesticides. The mandate of these two ministries remain on partly, not coming to jointly, but the Ministry of responsible for Agriculture want to have a good harvest, higher yield, but the Ministry of Health focusing on the protection of health of people, and the Ministry of Agriculture have different objectives as regard to the Ministry of Health. So we need, as a two sector, to agree which one should come vigorous. Is it the health effect of the population that are using crops that have been produced with the use of pesticides, or do we need higher yield? You can find out that the ministry responsible for agriculture has invested more on the agricultural sector program to have higher yield and eliminate hunger. Similarly, the Minister of Health is being given the budget to treat people, have public health intervention, to work with the non-communicable and communicable diseases. And therefore, the two ministers have not focused on the issues, educating people on the health effect of the use of making. So I think it has to come as a policy brief for the ministry, for the university like here, addressing this challenge to the Prime Minister office. The Prime Minister office will call upon all the ministries to discuss on the possible health effect of the pesticide use, and then agree the way to address these common issues that we see in our population who are suffering from cancer and non-communicable diseases, so that we can agree as a country, not each sector working in an isolated silos. But the Prime Minister's office, if we call the meeting and have a discussion, a detailed discussion on the health effect of the use of pesticides, then we can come up with a common understanding and the approaches where how can we address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph from the Ministry of Health. And I guess I assure you I'm going to be one among the stakeholders who are going to make noise about this. Yeah. Because, implementing cautionary preventive interventions based on evidence that has been found elsewhere. We're all human beings. If Norway, if France have found that a certain pesticide is causative of cancer, then we need to take precaution, and we don't have to do research to pinpoint the exact point. But I think that is a very good suggestion you gave us, and Muhas is going to take you on that one. Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. And now I would like to invite Mr. Daniel Ndio. We understand that the Office of the Chief Government Chemist has just recently been given this responsibility of regulating pesticides. So how is the Office of the Government Chemist regulating influx of pesticides banned elsewhere but imported to Tanzania? How are we doing on that one?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, Dr. Malima. Establishment or enactment of the Plant Health Act, number 4 of 2020, it made some exclusion of some pesticides, particularly veterinary pesticide and the public health pesticide. And with the directive that those pesticides have to be regulated by sector ministry. So GCLA or the government came to an institution within the Minister of Health, we are given that mandate of regulating public health pesticide. And that mandate were given because the government chemistry, the government chemical laboratory authority is the implementer and the regulator of industrial chemical. And based on that, that's why the ministry provided that mandate. But in order to do so, you have to go through some procedures. And one of that procedure, you have to do some amendment of the act. And in order to such amendment, the procedure is to go up to the parliament. So we have started the work, managed to do the review with the support of the Attorney General. And then now the review, this century has to be tabled within the parliament, so that when that amendment will be passed, then we'll be able now to go straight to the regulation of the public health. But I've said prior that I'm the member of the Chemical Review Committee of the Rotterdam Convention. If I would that respond on your question, under normal circumstances, as from what we do through the industrial chemical, whatever chemical is banned under international treaty, we do automatic amendment to the act and then ban it. And that's because when a chemical is banned under international treaty, it means that there are possible alternatives, and then ban of it, remove it to the market, it will bring no harm to the business or to agriculture or whatever. So whenever we ban at the national level, then we do ban automatically even at the national level. So we assume to approach, to use the same one when it comes to the national side. But if I could highlight it from what I heard from the morning, I think something's lacking. The research community has some information, but the policymakers, they don't have such information. For example, in order to manage the pesticide at international level and the national level, and because chemical imported were not manufactured the chemical imported from abroad, then if you want to manage them, to ban them, restrict them, then you have to go with the global perspective. And then if you want to manage them at the national, international level with the perspective of global aspect, then you have to go through global instruments. And for that, we have the Rotterdam Convention, which manage or provide supply informed consent of chemicals, pesticide, and highly hazardous pesticide. But the problem for most of the developing countries, with my experience working in the CLC, first of all, some of the countries don't have legal instruments at national level. And if you don't have legal instruments, no way, not to manage. You will keep on receiving this chemical and still saying that they have banned in Europe, but they blame in Africa. No, you don't have the instrument in place. That's why. And the second, we might have the instrument, but we are not complying with the international treaties which we have. That's fine. For example, for the Rotterdam Convention, for the case of Tanzania, if you go through the list of pesticides and the industrial chemicals in the Rotterdam Convention, currently there are 55 chemicals. Among them, 33, if I'm not mistaken, the pesticide and the other 18 something that are industrial chemicals. But now, according to the procedure, if you want to ban anything, or if you're having a concern of a certain pesticide, you just report to the secretariat, and the secretariat will go through your submission. The chemical review committee will make a second review, and then if they qualify, that chemical will be referred to the complex party for the innovation. And then if that chemical it has been approved and been included in the then other member states have to submit an import response that this chemical, I do not allow importation in my country. You ban it. Oh, I allow this chemical and I settle it. But for the case of Tanzania, now if I come back to the case of Tanzania, out of 55, we have made the import response for 47 chemicals. But out of the pesticide within 24, we have no consequences, meaning that we have banned it completely. 7 chemicals, we have not, 3 chemicals, I think it is a concept, and the 7 chemicals, we still allow, although there is alternative. So those are some of the issues. But again, if we, scientists, researchers, we have some information that a certain pesticide, it has been some health effect, environmental effect, tell the decision maker, the policy maker, through the national authority for the industrial chemical, the pesticide, they can refer to the secretariat. And then such chemical might be, if it goes through the process, it might be included in the equation, and then you ban it. That's one alternative. But the second alternative, if you think a certain chemical, a certain pesticide, have some health concern within your territory, you ban using the legal instrument you have. If you don't need it, then you tell the secretary that this chemical have banned it. And if you say have banned it, no one can import such chemical from them. So everything is in our hands. If we have used that to have the sufficient information, tell the decision of the policy maker, and then you can follow the process, and then notify accordingly. But the key issue, when you go through the notification process, the review, one of the key issues on which most of the countries are failing, it is a failure to associate classification of the chemical pesticide according to international literature, the EPA and WHO, I have read about cancer and whatever. It's fine, but you have to link with the local exposure within your territory and the instances as a result of such exposure. So if you classify a chemical being hazardous, let's say carcinogenic, and then you have some data from your country, depending on local conditions. For example, no use of PP and whatever, as a result of that, then if people are being infected, some people are dying, or some animals or whatever. If we have such evidence, those are enough to make a decision to ban such kind of chemical. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think maybe we also needed a lawyer to be there in that platform, because now I'm thinking, so ratification means you strangulate yourself. I think maybe we need to go back to the table and think of what are we ratifying, or we can reverse that. And what comes out clearly that there's a vast research arena that we can work on to establish the evidence that brings us all these hazardous health endeavors to our society. So thank you very much. It's been enlightening. And now And more importantly, the Director of Research Coordination and Promotion from NIMRI is here, Dr. Elias Nyanda. I'm sure you heard, and I think you might need to visit his office and brainstorm on what research we need to embark on. So I would like to invite you now walk us through a little bit on now you had a question, but I think it's already bypassed by sessions I'm going to ask you. So does NIMRI have a compendium of what the pesticide effects are in the human health of Tanzania? Anything, evidence from elsewhere? Do we have any information that can guide us on pesticides and health?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, and I really appreciate Muhas for inviting us and the NIMRI as a National Institute for Medical Research that actually does conduct, so promote and regulate the country. This is an important opportunity for us to participate. And you, Moderator, being also the past chair of the NIMRI Council, is humbly an honor to that under your naming into the board based on these findings, that definitely the discussion is very, very interactive and I highlight. So if I can highlight, so if I can start from your question, I can say that certainly compendium that we have summarized the impact health regarding the pesticides or other related chemicals on human. As you are aware that we have our long-standing Amman Center back in the days of the East African Commission community, where it has been conducting mostly looking at the efficacy of insecticides fabrics. And normally on phase 1 to phase 3, like in the lab, which is accredited, all the way to the community, but mostly looking at the efficacy and how they impact on dealing with vector, both vector, but also like larvicide as well. So that is what we have been doing tremendous with various information that we do have. There is a component of looking on some as we do within across the phase 1, phase 2, looking at some of the impact on health, but definitely it has been on the efficacy part. And while listening this morning, and when you were talking about this, and perhaps I think with such merited efforts that Muhas is frontloading, there is a need through our role as promoter and coordinator of research, not only NIMRI do, but also whatever that Muhas and other players are doing is part of what NIMRI is looking forward to promote such dialogues. And perhaps what if we can come up with a systematic review looking at what has been looked into and synthesize in a way that our policymakers can assimilate. And I think NIMRI is readily available because it's part of our mandate to cooperate with any person within Tanzania and outside into looking on how we can generate those evidence that are important for the people of Tanzania and beyond. So my take note from here definitely through an interdisciplinary approach and through all those that are involved in the research value chain, that we're looking forward to coordinate such a forum to the research aspect for that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyanda. Then I suppose being as human beings, globally, we're all human beings, right? But if one element has been found in the UK and that pesticide is still being used in Tanzania, wouldn't you say that it would be plausible to say that this is actually a cancer-causing pesticide? Do you need to do research on that? So I think one of the information that NIMRI would be helpful to us is make that, I'm not sure if it's a systematic review, but some kind of information that we can take up and then we can build our own research based on that. So thank you very much.
Evidence synthesis.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Nyanda. Now I would like to go back to our NGOs. Mr. Mnganya, we know NGOs contribute to preventing pesticides on non-targeted organisms. Can you share your experience with us?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And, thanks to Muhas for organizing this symposium. As I said, I'm representing Agenda, which is also coordinating two international networks, IPEN and PAN, in the Angle of North Africa.
Put a little bit back because yeah.
No? That's okay. So Agenda has been working with other NGOs in Tanzania and beyond Tanzania in has been working with other NGOs. Hello. Sante. To start with, I can refer to this morning's presentation by Dr. Natalia about the roadmap developed during the ASP implementation in Tanzania. Agenda was coordinating the ASP network of NGOs, and the network was one of the instrumental to the development of the roadmap to prevent future accumulation of obsolete pesticides. And through that roadmap, we did a lot of awareness to different stakeholders and training, including the agricultural extension officers, health officers in the districts, teachers, understanding that the teachers could also transfer the knowledge to the pupils and then pupils to the parents. We conducted a training to farmers, so it was covering almost all sections of stakeholders. And through the training and awareness, we developed the roadmap, incorporating some elements of legal and institutional review, incorporating further stakeholder involvement during the entire process of implementation of different international agreements, where Tanzania is a party to, including the stakeholder, Stockholm Convention, Rotterdam Convention, Basel Convention, but then strategic approach to international chemicals management cycle. And also during the second implementation, we had a project which was reviewing legislation in the institutional framework in Tanzania, incorporating recommendations and proposed actions for the cycle to plan of action. Through that project, we proposed to the government, different ministries, review our different legislation and development of our regulation to reduce dependence on pesticides. And some of the recommendations were taken by relevant ministries, and some of them was also part of the review of the Chpe Act. In between, also did a study on existence of highly hazardous pests in Tanzania. We identified a number of them in the registered list, and we developed a report in the share with Chpe and the Ministry of Agriculture, and developed a kind of proposal towards phasing out of HHPs. And Agenda, among other NGOs, were facilitated by IPEN and the PAN from 2012 in developing countrywide studies looking on the effects of highly hazardous pesticides, presence in the effects of highly hazardous pesticides. And through that, we developed the global NGO reports. We use the reports as a reference tool during different international conventions and meetings, including the International Conference on Chemicals Management, particularly proposing development and adoption of global alliance to eliminate the highly hazardous pesticides. And this was successfully endorsed during the ICCM5, which was held in Bonn last year in September. It was endorsed that to establish the Global Alliance on Highly Hazardous Pesticides, which was also endorsed by UNIA 6 in Nairobi March this year. So we've been working widely within Tanzania, but we in collaboration with other NGOs globally to develop awareness tools to different stakeholders, but also developing data on the ground and using the data to influence kind of policy change both at national and the international level.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to hear that you have been reaching out to extension workers, to the teachers and their students. I do hope that knowledge is cascaded. But perhaps you also need to make so much noise. Some of us who are working outside that sphere have not heard what you guys have managed to do. So NGO participation has been very active, and you have managed to capture the eyes or the ears of the policymakers. So that is wonderful. But I think you mentioned about studies, but you have not heard that you mentioned a study which established a causal pesticides to certain chronic diseases. So maybe that will be also an avenue. So I guess we have many stakeholders we can work with to establish the specific causes of these diseases to our population. I think maybe establishment of a cohort will be necessary now, right? So thank you very much. Now I would like to go to Dr. Omaj. I am told that in Section 50 of the Animal Diseases Act, there is a declaration of chemicals for use in disease control. So how are we implementing that declaration? Karibu-san.
Asante sana. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. As I said, I'm coming from the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries at the veterinary laboratory, which actually has been vested with the task of regulating veterinary pesticides after the task being excluded by Chpe, which was actually controlling that. Likewise, the government chemist, which has been given the task currently. Well, so we know we have animals, we have livestock. And what now brings us with the association with the pesticides because of the vectors actually, which are causing disease in livestock. And before, like others have said, there were many alternatives, and probably livestock were resilient to actual infestation of the vectors, and they were resistant to diseases which were actually diseases which were caused by these vectors. But over a long run, then actually scientists actually came up with this solution of using pesticides. Dr. Mutemo is saying actually it's an historical thing, but when you are having the problem is when you are trying to look at a solution. So it was accepted by our communities to actually start using the pesticides in livestock. And the ministry, knowing this one in 2003, made a law which was actually prohibiting anybody from actually manufacturing, importing, or using pesticide on livestock without being permitted by the chief veterinary officer.
Could you give us one example? Pesticides on livestock. Just give us one example. Exactly doing what?
Well, these pesticides are killing vectors. It's like the ticks, the flies, the fleas, the mice, the mites, and others. So those are the vectors we are targeting by using the pesticides. Well, so in order to control that, the country did not allow the pesticides to be used hazardly on animals. So the law was passed, and it was only the chief veterinary officer who was to permit the use of the pesticides. And that one we are finding at the Section 50 of the Animal Diseases Act, which is actually prohibiting the use without the permission. But then they went further in the act, saying there will be inspectors who will actually go around and inspect all these to find if the law is actually implemented well. So inspectors were given the mandates in the section 65 of the Act. In order to operationalize this one, they made a regulation of 2007, which was actually giving the procedures on how the pesticides will be regulated in the country, the pesticides for veterinary control for animal diseases. Well, so in 2022 is when we were given that mandate. Now we as the veterinary laboratory, because before it was Chpe which was doing that one. Now, I was just trying to give a brief sort on how the veterinary sector is working or implementing this act. Now, what I have to say that we have to understand, has already been presented here, that pesticides, these are toxic chemicals. I've never read or ever found anywhere where there will be a pesticide which will be good. So as we are talking here, I don't know which one to ban or which one not to ban. We are talking of highly hazardous pesticides, but we were saying, and we tell our people, whenever you see or you touch a pesticide, you are touching a poisonous material, which can kill you at any time. So it will depend on how actually you handle yourself and how you handle that pesticide. And I think this is an important platform that we should discuss. It's really that regulation which we have in the veterinary sector and the Act itself is talking on how we can look at the efficacy of these pesticides, how they work, how they kill, how effective they are. That is what we dwell much on. Though we know and we ask all dealers of the pesticide to ensure that they are putting a warning and the symbol of danger on the pesticide bottles and whatever container to alert the consumer that this is a poisonous and toxic material, so handle with care or use as instructed. But actually we know our people out there, others are ignorant, others cannot read, others don't care. So even though the instructions are given, they don't read, they don't ask how to use. But really these are toxic. Even those ones which are not in the HHP we are talking. Yes, the law provides and instructs the dealers to write both in Swahili and other languages. Here we instruct them to use Kiswahili and English. So they understand that these are poisonous things, but my worry is that I'm not sure if they are there into those instructions, but because what we found there, we ask them to sometimes wear a mask, and it's written, wear gloves, they don't do. You will find that they're just handling those sprayers, or they can mix. Others will use even hands, but these things are toxic. So we need to actually go out and make public awareness. Because what I'm seeing here, okay, we are talking of alternatives. Our law is talking that we have biopesticides and synthetic pesticides. And these alternatives, we can term them as biopesticides. But I would say they are also killers. I don't know if there is safety there unless there is a research to do that. We are talking of a synthetic because they are coming from industries. But if you have a product which is repelling other animals, be it birds, be it what, it means that it has an effect. Be it a plant, be it what, that means if you consume it, you can die still. So it is important in whatever we are doing, we need to actually create awareness to people who are using these either chemicals or using these alternatives. So I would have said much, but Here today, we are controlling that one because we know it's dangerous, it's a killer, it has harmful effect on humans. So we should look at that. I am sure my colleagues, Chpe, us also, the government chemists in today, we are looking mostly on the efficacy. We know the registration process is very rigorous. We go through many documents. We go through many researches which have been done, and they are talking of a lot of things. But sometimes when it goes there, you see that whatever has been done in the research is tolerable. And so that's why we say, okay, because it's tolerable and there are ways on how to protect ourselves, we allow them. So I think it is important that because we have already looked at the efficacy aspects and the other aspects, we need more emphasis on human health. Because this one, I think, I don't know, in our parts, what we are doing in that is just to make precaution to people. But really, we are not going there out to do surveillance and look at how people who have been exposed are affected. Sometimes people report to us on some few effects on animals, which we say probably it was because of the misuse of the pesticides. But we don't know those people who are using those pesticides, whether they were affected or not. And because we see diseases like cancer will actually manifest after a long period. So it's difficult to ascertain this one. So I think, to me, I saw like this platform is a good one, that also as a country, we can turn around and say, let us also put more effort and do it together. People from human, people from animals, and people from crops, to do it together and look at how these pesticides, which are used at all angles, affect our people in our population, in our country. Because I saw like here, we have not done more research on this. So I think the director from NIMRI is having this much task, and all other people are involved in research to bring us together to do more research on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was expansive, but as an epidemiologist, I assure you, the type of pesticide, the exposure, in time, there are certainty that hazards can be found out. That's for sure. Type of pesticide, the exposure, and how we measure it in time will always bring it. Even the best medicines, they all have side effects. So I think with time, so it's clearly that evidence is needed. Director of NIMRI, we need evidence. It needs to be documented. It needs to be disseminated. People need to know so they can make decisions, right? And I think for the regulatory authorities, when you want something, you have to bring in an alternative. Dr. Mwatima talked about the alternatives, but I think they're also coming up. I think in the media, nowadays, everybody's an expert. There's so many ways of killing bugs in your home garden. I've been privy to that. So I think we also need those kind of information. Thank you very much. Now I left Mr. Mwezi for a very good reason from Chpe. We understand that in 2022, you announced the existence of 44 highly hazardous pesticides, and these are registered as such. What are their health implications? But why is the list has not been made public? Karibu-san.
Thank you very much, Madam, and thank you for keeping me the last person because of your reason. Yeah. First of all, I want to share the experience that I'm the one who did all this work from 2018 up to now, with all the list that you have.
Okay.
HHP list vary from one country to another country. For example, in Tanzania, we have our list. Kenya, you can find they have their own list. Uganda, they have their own list. So the list of HHPs vary from one country from another country based on the criteria that you use to identify. And we have a very good history on HHPs in Tanzania. The history of HHP in Tanzania started in 2016, where we had the multilateral environmental agreement among East African countries. For that time, our authority was called the TPRI, Tropical Pesticide Research Institute, and we used Act number 18 of 1979. So even our act was not accommodated the issues of HHPs. While the world was speaking about hazardous pesticides in our country, we don't have a legal instrument for that. So one of the very strong initiatives that we had is to change our act from TPRI, where we are doing research, to regulatory perspective to get the tool, a legal tool to manage the issues which touch environment and human health. That's why the reason of changing from TPRI to THPA to accommodate all this. So our act was Act number 4 of 2020, was out in 2020. But the first list of HHP we developed in 2018. So the first list, which had 20 active ingredients of the pesticide which are registered, but the act was come out in 2020. So then after the second list of 24, we came out in 2022. So make total of 2024.
When you say it came out, it was made public.
I mean that we
made up the list.
We made up the
but you've not publicized that.
Yes. So, and the regulation of Plant Health Act was out in 2023, last year, the regulation of the act. So now, since last year, we are full instrumental power to make the decision for HHPs to go to the public. And then the management of HHP has 3 categories. The first one to do identification, the second one to do risk assessment, the last one to do risk mitigation measures. You can find this on well-documented on WHO, FAO, management of HHP. They are very good guidelines give the member state countries to handle the issues of HHPs. So it's not the thing that...
So here you have a full mandate
Yes.
to work on that. Yeah.
Absolutely. So all these 3 categories of steps of handling HHP, we have done on identification, we have for active ingredients. But then these active ingredients, they are making the products. So the risk assessment is based on the product. And then lastly, we are going to do on risk mitigation measures. One of the key issues to make on risk mitigation measures, including phasing out or the registration of the product and the other category. There are a lot of risk mitigation measures. So I agree that we'd like some, at a certain point, the regulatory authority to make the decision on going the list to the public, but overall way procedures and the steps that we took, now I think we're in a position to make the decision of phasing out.
Okay, but I was just wondering, if you delay, isn't that going to be more hazardous for us? If you delay, we're not even sure how big was that delay, months, years? Yes.
Yeah, nowadays, I think
how many years? Because we want to determine the damage.
we have a phasing out plan ready now.
Okay.
We have phasing out plan, and we also
No. 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 As an epidemiologist, I say so. You know, of recent, I'm not saying anything that is causing cancer, but of recent, we've had cancers that develop even if you do not have the breast cancer gene. And it develops, it's so fast to the point that once diagnosed, you only live like 11 months. In 1 year from diagnosis, people die. Dr. Maiselage has left, but I think there are very strange things happening that you believe to think, I think we are living in a poisonous world. So delaying publicizing that information is actually hazardous. So I guess now my only strength of where to pin is NIMRI where I have a big a hammer. NIMRI need to come up with evidence. Minister of Health, I think, needs to really take up its position in regulating, giving the policy, even if other ministries, but your mandate is on the health of the people. So, Mr. Mwezi, when should we expect this information to be made public? Yes, because they did risk assessment. We really need to know, at least maybe 5. What are those risks? What are we compromising ourselves with?
Yeah. One of the very big challenge questions on HHPs.
Yes.
On when you say when.
Yes.
So
okay, forget about when. Tell us what are the risks. 5, at least 5. Yes.
Well, the list of HHP comes from the criteria used to classify HHPs.
Yes, what are those?
There are 80 criteria. And these criteria, for example, criteria number 1 on WHO classification in class 1A or 1B related to carcinogenic.
They are carcinogenic.
And the other one, class 1A, class 1B, based on WHO classification if it's effects on reproductive system.
Ah.
Also, class 1A, class 1B, if related to mutagenicity, effects on reproductive system, and then endocrine. So yeah, you're right.
Okay,
so all these 3, and then the list of 5, including the GHS classification 1A, 1B, and also the last one, which is very complex. I can say effects when it appears the pesticide reported to increase the incidences of pesticide poisoning, and this is in which this criteria, it's very difficult to quantify the magnitude of the effect because it varies on the the incidences, because they based on the use of condition.
Yeah, but if there is acute toxicity, then definitely we would know.
Some of them, they can't fall, for example, glyphosate. It's very complicated, and maybe for the information, even the European Union, they extended the use of glyphosate until 2030.
Thank you.
2030, you can see on the database of the European Union, no more glyphosate has been banned in Europe.
Okay.
And with the very good inclusion reasons.
Thank you.
So there are a lot of issues to work out on risk assessment on the effects, as been mentioned. But it's an open also opportunity for people from NIMRI, rather here.
And Muhas, and it's
and
partners.
Yeah, there's a very big opportunity for more research on the magnitude of the effects so far has been made.
Right. If it is on the internet, is it available online?
Before we changed our website from TPLI to TPHPA, we used to have the list, and I'm the one who put that.
So put it up again.
So don't do that.
Thank
so
you.
You remember why this question?
We are the ones who are still ignorant. Right. Mr. Mwezi.
I will.
Thank you. Oh, I have not talked. Oh, Mr. Joseph, yes, from the Farmers Association. Karibu sana. Oh, pardon me. Upanga. Karibu sana. I do apologize. And I thought I wanted to leave Mwezi last because I had those issues. Karibu sana. And you tell us what you do.
Okay. Asanteni sana waandaaji wote. Tunashukuru kwa presentation tangu asubuhi, tumejifunza, lakini panelisti wenzangu wameongea, authorities zote zimeongea, lakini pia Dr. Mwaitima ametupitisha kwenye historia ya pesticide ilivyokuja kwetu. Na sasa hali ilivyo, udongo umeathirika, kwa hiyo chakula sio salama, maji yameathirika, maji sio salama, lakini pia mazingira yameharibika, mazingira sio salama. Therefore, hivyo hivyo afya zetu zimekuwa sio salama. Kwa hiyo pesticide exposure, health and environmental has been distorted. Sisi shirikisho la wakulima Tanzania tumekuwa tunapigia chapu dhana mpya ya kilimo ekolojia, yaani turejee Eden. Wazazi wetu wengi hapa, wazazi wetu waliishi kwa mfumo ule wa asili na uzalishaji wa kawaida, lakini hautumii madawa yoyote kwenye zile mbinu za kilimo. Kwa hiyo udongo ulikuwa wanatunza shamba, ingawa Dr. Mwairo aligusia kidogo, agroecology inafanya vizuri. Tumekuwa na propaganda za kusema kwamba kilimo ekolojia akizalishi kwa tija wala akizalishi kwa kukidhi mahitaji ya population inayoongezeka. Sio kweli, hiyo ni propaganda ya kibiashara tu. Lakini kilimo ekolojia au kilimo salama kwa mazingira kinazalisha chakula salama na kinazalisha mifugo salama. Sasa biashara ya kwenye kilimo, biashara viatilifu imekuwa ni vurugu. Hauwezi kufanya advocacy kwenye biashara ya viatilifu, kuanzia kwenye policy makers, regulators, unaletewa shida. Kweli procedure zipo, dawa zipo, zimeandikwa Kiswahili Kiingereza, lakini maelekezo yapo, zingine zimeandikwa Kiswahili Kiingereza, lakini business, watu wanataka kutengeneza faida. Kwa hiyo imekuwa ni mivutano. Kwenye horticultural crops upande wa kaskazini, Kilimanjaro, Arusha, kwa kweli ni vurugu. Mimi nafanya direct na wakulima, practice zote mmeona, hawajali zile procedure. Lakini pia hata dawa, authorities ziko hapa zinasema zina maintain, zina regulate importation and everything. Lakini sasa hivi kama kaskazini kule kuna madawa zinakuja kwa madumu, ambazo hizi za kwetu ambazo tumezoea madukani wanasema hazikizi au haziui wadudu. Kwa kuna dawa zinakuja kwenye mfumo wa madudu, kwenye madumu kabisa, hayana lebo, maybe fake au ni local produced, yanawekwa kwenye horticulture. Kwenye viwanda vya maua kule, mtu anayeingia na kuuliza, wale wafanyakazi wanapuliza tu, unapewa kikombe chako cha maziwa, unatoka. Mkulima wanapuliza, tumeona picha nyingi, hali ndio hiyo. Maji yale, kila kitu kinafanyika as normal. So, afya zetu automatically haziko salama. Kwa hiyo, the same kwenye mifugo, kuna kesi zimekuwepo kwamba we are now in agribusiness. Wizara ya Kilimo na wataalamu wa kilimo wamesema tuzalishe as much as we can, kwa sababu population imekuwa kubwa, ili watu wale kila siku, watu waweze kula. Kwa hiyo agribusiness imemruhusu mtu kufanya anachoweza. Kama unaweza kumlisha kuku wako akatoka ndani ya wiki 2, you earn money, unajikomboa kiuchumi. Kama unalima mchicha wa wiki 2, you earn money, unajikomboa kiuchumi. Lakini imesahaulika ile side effect ya vile viatilifu, tena vinaitwa viuatilifu, ambavyo vinatumika kule, vinapigwa usiku na mchana. Kama kwenye karoti ni ndani ya kila siku 7 unapiga. Hoho ni kila Ijumaa mtu anapuliza, alafu kesho yake anavuna, anapaki, anauza. Kwa hiyo imekuwa chaos na wakulima hawafahamu chochote kuhusu side effect. Wanaona tu na kushuhudia kichwa kimeuma, labda baadaye mtu amefariki, lakini vinginevyo hawana ile direct knowledge ya kuhusu side effect ya hivi viatilifu. Lakini kwa kweli advocacy kubwa inayofanyika kuhusu viatilifu, makampuni yana nguvu. yanapita na kushawishi wakulima kwamba ukifanya hivi utapata mazao mengi, fedha itapatikana, kuliko kutumia zile mbinu za asili. Practical zimeonyesha wale ambao wanalima kiasili kipato chao ni kikubwa zaidi kuliko kilimo cha madawa. Hata ukienda leo kwa mfano ukiulizia kuku wa kienyeji pale Arusha anayechomwa utaambiwa 30,000. Wa kienyeji utaambiwa 15, 20. Kwa difference tu mwenyewe inakuonyesha. Ukienda taasisi ambazo zinaaminika ni za dini, kule wanalima mchicha utaambiwa mchicha ni wa kanisani, huu mchicha ni wa kwenye madawa. Kwa bei pia zinakutofautisha kwa kiwango kikubwa sana. Tumekuwa tuna advocacy wakulima kwenye mikoa 14 Tanzania ambao tunafanya nao kazi, warudi Eden ambao tunatumia kilimo asili au kilimo ekolojia, kuanzia mbegu, utunzaji wa shamba, zile mbinu za kilimo, lakini zinatumia local methods ambazo hazina madhara kwenye mazingira, hazina madhara kwenye maji, kwenye udongo, na baadaye afya inakuwa bora.
Thank you very much. But I guess you being the last, it actually has cemented everything. So Chpe Culture is an organization that is advocating for ecology farming. They're advocating for the traditional use of farming equipment, planting, monitoring, harvesting, and all the schedules without using chemicals. They want to protect the environment. They want to protect people's health. They want to protect the humans, the farmers who are ignorant of what is happening. But he's saying there's a big chaos because agribusiness is a business. And those aggressive business companies, they do go around. They have the capability to go around and convince farmers that if you use our product, the yield is going to be maybe 100 times more. So that is a war that they have to fight with. They're focused on 14 countries. Now, I would like to thank every one of you. Each one has given us important contributions, but what is coming out clearly is that our health has been affected. We now know from the clinics that young girls are having problems, even carrying a 9-month pregnancy without problems. We know that our young men, some are not even able to do the manly reproductive acts they're supposed to do. This is from the, not even grapevine, this is what is going around town. So we know. And we know that there are these aggressive cancers which are coming up. People have lung diseases. Water is not everybody's cup of tea. Other places we know safe water is a dream come true. So I think we need to do something. I would like to thank everyone, the organizers, our guests, scientists, regulators. I think we have a job to do. I will end here this session for now, and I would like to thank you very much for your participation, Karibuni, but we need to clap for them first. No. I will lead you. This is a special one. You know, before rain comes, there's a bit of a drizzle, right? So pasha, then I will take the case. The drizzle, then the rain, then the one thunder. The thunder should be one clap. Pasha. Pasha, then the drizzle, clap small. Drizzle, then the rain, and then the thunder. Thank you.
We can put our hands together for our moderator, Dr. Khadija Malima. She has done a wonderful job. Thank you so much, Dr. Khadija Malima, for that session. And thank you all our panelists for great information. Now we've come almost to the end of this. I want to welcome the acting Director of Research, Publication, and Innovation, to come and say some closing remarks before we leave. Welcome, Dr. Kasusi.
Thank you very much, Helen. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, everybody. So, first of all, I would like to, on behalf of my boss, the director, convey her sincere greetings and appreciation for being here during the symposium today and for the extensive deliberations that you have all made. My task is to provide just some closing remarks. And I will start by saying that I am a complete amateur as far as pesticides are concerned. And I think it is a testament of the organization, but also the caliber of the contributors that I think I have gained a pretty good understanding of pesticide and what a wicked problem it currently is. I think the organizers selected a very apt theme for this particular presentation, which is geared towards removing the invisibility of pesticides and its health-related effects within our context here in Tanzania. We have had a number of keynote presentations, but also a panel discussion. And throughout this session, I have listed a number of different sectors that play a key role as far as pesticide use, regulation, maintenance is concerned. We have the agricultural sector, we have the health sector, we have the environmental sector, we have the livestock and fisheries sector, we have the industry and trade, we have the research and academia, we have international organizations as well as NGOs. Clearly, this is a problem that needs concerted efforts, tackle and manage. I will take you a little bit back towards the DRPI and our dissemination platforms. Our very first scientific conference was conducted in the year 2013. Up till this moment, we have had a total of 11 scientific conferences. Around the year 2018, we came to a realization that scientific conferences are just scientists talking to each other. It's good, it's great, we're disseminating our research, but it's the impact that we need in terms of informing or driving decisions. And therefore, in the year 2018, we had our very first symposium. And these symposia are structured and targeted in such a way that we invite key policymakers and decision makers. We sit down together to have a discussion on some topical issues. And usually the deliverable is a policy brief. It is a set of very clear recommendations so that we can actually drive the decisions based on the available scientific evidence at hand. This is the 12th scientific symposium held at Muhas. We just concluded our 11th scientific symposium on September, and it was on antiretroviral resistance and the call for some strategic initiatives. And therefore, one of the key takeaways of this particular symposium, as has been alluded by the representative of this chief medical officer, is a set, or rather a policy brief, which is clearly outlining in very few words, very clearly, what the issues are and what kinds of actions we expect. When you have a moment, please go through the compendium that has been provided by the organizers. It contains a lot of information as far as the abstracts are concerned, and it is both English and Swahili. So you pick whatever it is that is more suitable for you. And when going through this particular compendium, you will realize that there are 3 issues that clearly emerge. One was the issue of banning of the 44 HHPs. And I'm really, really glad it was a bit of a pinning exercise here
But I'm really glad that the person who is actually responsible for implementing certain change is actually here. And I'm sure now that some of the questions and recommendations that were posed within this compendium will actually be acted upon. And that is the power of Symposium. But I hope that the organizers will also find time to recalibrate their policy brief and construct one in which it becomes immediately clear to all the parties involved that we can no longer continue to address pesticide use and misuse in silos. I'm sure all of us would have an understanding, or you are coming to a realization that perhaps a One Health approach, similar One Health approach, is needed in terms of managing pesticide use in Tanzania, all the way from importation, storage, and utilization. And the second key issue that I would have is that it remains invisible. And therefore, I would recommend that a policy brief geared towards highlighting advocacy, awareness to both the users of pesticides, but also the consumers of the products for which these pesticides are used for, are aware of their health effects, and therefore can take appropriate mitigation action. I, once again, thank everybody. I thank the Ministry of Health, Livestock and Agriculture, NIMRI, the Government's Chemist Office, the Livestock and Fisheries, and all other participants for being here. I thank everybody for not falling asleep for too long. And I thank you for your avid participation. On behalf of the DRPI, it is it's a pleasure, but I'm a bit sad to state that this particular symposium is now officially closed. Thank you very much.
I'm not supposed to say anything after the symposium is officially closed, but I have one little announcement. All the panelists, please, can you see that lady? Waiting, raise your hands. All the panelists, thank you. And well, it is closed.